Because I was listening to the
It
the
goes
Board of
away.
Trustees meeting the other day.
All right, we're live.
And I was,
Marion. Okay, everyone, welcome to the Irvington Planning Board on February 4th, 2026. Sorry for the delay. We were involved in another issue before we were able to open up this meeting. Just to introduce everyone here for the village, there's Sarah Palermo. She's on the gatekeeping job for the computer and Zoom. Ed Marin, he's the building inspector. Doug Hahn, he's our consultant engineer. Marianne Stessage, who's the village attorney. Elaine Du is our traffic consultant. Lori Davidowitz on board. Dan Gillicott on board. I'm Caesar Manfredi, the chair. Mike Smith is in Florida. And we have Mike Fufuko. Okay, the lineup for this evening. Oh, minutes. Marianne, you have the minutes?
yeah, I edited it.
These are minutes for January 7th, 2026. Roll okay?
Yes, they're fine.
Anybody have any comments on the minutes? Nope. I make a motion to approve the minutes of January 7th, 2026.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. For those who may not have seen it, there's a special presentation at the end of the regular scheduled events. Okay, number one tonight will be 2025-28, 6 Grey Rock Terrace. Number 2 is 2 Roland Road. Number 3 is 555 Broadway, which is Mercy University. Number 4 is 71 Havermeyer Road. Number 5 is 9 Meadowbrook Road. Number 6 will be 20 Willow Street. Number 7 is 76 North Broadway, known as Farmer, Maxine property. And then number 8 is the special informal presentation by the sponsors for the Cosmopolitan Building, which is at 50 South Buckout. Okay, let's start with the number 1 of the 2025-28, 6 Grey Rock Terrace. Sarah, do we have anybody on for that?
Good evening.
Yeah, hi, how you doing?
Good.
Oh, one more reminder, people speaking into the microphones, you need to speak directly into the microphone. If you're talking to the side, the microphone doesn't pick it up, so you might need to be rude and not look at the people you're talking to. Talk directly into the microphone because the mic is not picking it up. Okay, sorry there. Look, I just did it myself. I turned sideways and. Go
No
ahead.
worries. James Crump for Studio Park representing Matt Rashid and Jessica Aranella at 6 Grey Rock Terrace. We had been before you previously, and we had submitted for the last meeting. And on Ed's recommendation, we were waiting for our stormwater management plan that came through. And I believe we resolved our comments mostly in the last meeting, and we received no comments back from on engineering in this last iteration. But if you'd like me to, I can walk you through the updates that we made for the January meeting. If you
Briefly,
like.
you went to the ZBA and got.
Sure.
Got approved
That's
from
correct.
ZBA?
We went to the ZBA last week. That's correct.
Just cut out.
So
There you go. Okay. Just
Sorry.
go to the site plan. That's all we need to see. And what it looks like.
sure. So it's probably best to just show you the stormwater plan. This is the most up-to-date item that was new as well. So you can see my screen here. We had made no architectural changes post our previous representation. We were just waiting for deep water tests and stormwater plans. Hudson Engineering came back with their plans. We were proposing a couple of cul-de-sacs in the rear yard to accommodate any of our additions. Everything else has been basically brought up to speed. As mentioned before, we're adjusting our existing patio on the rear doing very, very minimal of the existing property or of the existing structure, and then doing mostly a second floor addition, which is impacting the FAR. And as we mentioned before, all of those items were approved via variance at the ZBA last week. So it's
Okay, you could just bring up a picture of what it's gonna look like.
sure. This is the existing
No,
elevations.
where the house is gonna
This?
look like.
That's it.
No, it's
No,
not up.
it's
We
not
still
up.
got this side plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not seeing.
Not seeing the
These
house,
elements.
still on stormwater.
Oh,
That's the floor plan, but I would like to see, just show what the house is looking like. The elevation, one of the
I'm changing my
elevations,
screen here, but working on it.
there you go.
I think I just have a little bit of lag. Do you see that now?
Yep, very
Okay,
good.
there you go.
Those are all proposed. I can't see the writing, so,
Correct.
okay. Any questions from the board?
No.
I have none. None.
Sarah, anything, anybody raising a hand?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there's no comments in the chat.
Okay, the tree IDs were taken care of, the drainage was taken care of. The
Correct.
numbers for coverage were taken care of.
Yep, everything is
The
addressed.
variances. Okay, Mary Ann, you have a resolution?
Whereas in December 2025, Matthew Rashid and Jessica Aranella applied for site development plan approval to construct an addition, deck and patio at their house at 6 Gray Rock Terrace. Whereas proposed construction would require variances for coverage FAR and front yard setback, all of which were granted by the zoning board of appeals on January 27th. On engineering reviewed the plans and in memoranda dated December 2nd and January 2nd, identified a number of issues which were all addressed in a subsequent submission. And was the planning board held a public hearing on the application on December 3rd and February 4th. It's type 2 action under SECRA, therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval for the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled GRA renovation and addition prepared by Studio Park and proposed addition and alteration 6 Greystone Terrace prepared by Hudson Engineering. And there are no conditions.
Everybody okay with the resolution?
Yes.
Make a motion to approve the resolution as read.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
For the record, there's a blank space for Mike Smith. He did not vote no, he's just not here. Okay, moving on to number,
Thank you very much.
yeah, good luck with that. Thank you. It was a very good presentation. You're
Appreciate it.
you're getting used to the way it goes.
Trying to keep it easy.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys. Have a good night.
Number 2, 2025-27, 2 Roland Road.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Matt Behrens, representing the applicant, Chris and Kim Hogan at 2 Roland Road. I will share my screen. Let me jump up to this.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we came before you at the previous meeting, we had a couple of comments from Han Engineering related to indicating the setbacks, also having to provide for the site drainage, all of which have been addressed. We also were at the Zoning Board of Appeals last week, where the variances were all presented and approved. I'll quickly just walk through what some of the major items are. I know at the last meeting, it was recommended that we remove this low concrete wall, so that has been added to the scope. Again, the location of the proposed hot tub and this small patio extension that basically reflects and ties in with the existing in-ground pool. It is within that 20-foot setback, but it does not impede any further into the setback than the existing pool. On the second sheet, well, I'm sorry, we've also got this a prefabricated pool equipment pad that's adjacent to the existing one. We've added subsurface stormwater retention system along with a sump box and catch basin adjacent to the patio, indicating a location for the hot tub along with the soil stockpile area, concrete washout. Again, showing the removal of this existing concrete wall. Doesn't really do anything. I think it's probably an old foundation for what might have been some kind of an outhouse. And also indicating the location of the silt fence. So all the comments from the engineering team have been addressed, and we're looking to move forward with a resolution to approve.
Okay, I have one question, Doug. Was there a question about the drainage system was too close to the house?
Yeah, you should have 10 feet separation from the house. There are a few comments there. Matt, I don't know, maybe you didn't see them?
No, when did they come in?
Was this a Hudson one? Is this
Roland Road.
No, Roland Road.
You should have got them yesterday.
All right.
We'll resend them. There's a few. It's
The
you're
resolution.
not within 10, you're within 10 feet of the house.
For the drainage?
Yeah, and then just to revise the minor stuff, area disturbance, and we didn't see all the calcs for them.
It's gonna be subject to, so you'll have some work to do before you go to the building department. permit.
Okay.
I'll send them to you when I get in.
All right, I'll look for it also. Thank you, Doug. I don't know why I didn't see it, so.
Okay, Mary Ann, we have a resolution?
Did you want to
Oh, yeah.
check the board?
Any comment?
No. I have none.
Mike?
No.
Sarah?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay. Mary Ann?
Whereas in May, whereas in this, Lori, you have whoever's got the
Yes.
resolution there, cross out the May. See it?
Yeah.
You got, okay, whereas in December 2025, Chris and Kim Hogan, it's in that first one.
Yeah.
Chris and Kim Hogan applied for site development plan approval to construct an in-ground hot tub and associated hardscape at their house at 2 Roland Road. Was proposed improvements required variances for coverage, side yard setback, rear yard setback, and location less than 20 feet from the property line, all of which were granted by the zoning board of appeals on January 27th. And whereas James Hunt Engineering reviewed the plans and in a memorandum dated December 2nd, identified a number of issues, most of which were addressed in a subsequent submission. And whereas the planning board held a public hearing on the application on December 3rd and February 4th, type 2 action under secret, and therefore requires no environmental review. Now therefore be it resolved that the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval for the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Hogan Residence prepared by Matt Barron's architect, subject to complying with the items in Han's February 2nd, 2026 memorandum.
Okay, thank you, Mary Ann. And everybody okay with the resolution?
Yes.
Make a motion to approve the resolution as written.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
None opposed. And there's a blank space as before. Mike Smith is not here. I don't know. I would like to mention, this property came in more recently, maybe a year or two ago, coverage. Now you came in again for coverage. And segmentation is not a good thing to do. We focus on it because if you add the coverage together from 3 different submissions, maybe all 3 are small, but if you add them all together at once, it's a big number. So.
Understood.
Death by 1,000 cuts doesn't work. You still die. So I hope the property is not thinking of some more coverage next year.
No, I think they're done.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck with that.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Number 3, 2025-13, 555 Broadway, that's Mercy University.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Seth Mandelbaum with McCullough Goldberg and Stout, here with project architect Chris Ramatola. We really have nothing to add at this time other than Chris has been working diligently with Doug Ed on finalizing technical issues, particularly regarding off-site sewer improvements to the public sewers. And my understanding is that work has been approved by staff, and we're queued up for the board to consider final site plan approval. But we're happy to answer any questions about that issue or any other issues.
We could just bring up a site plan, so.
Oh, we weren't planning on that.
Okay.
Yeah, it hasn't. The site plan has not changed, right?
No.
Yeah, the last couple of months have really been focused on the off-site improvements to the village's sewer system.
Plan hasn't changed since
Okay.
the approval of the parking lot.
It was more of the sewer.
It was, the only thing on site was you call the, control structure and ground, and then everything else is in the
We
street
have to
underground.
create coverage.
No coverage added.
Okay.
And Caesar, actually, you know what we've got to do on this, and before we take a vote on this, is go through the secret form, the short form, very quickly, because we haven't done that yet.
Okay.
And this is
You wanna
okay,
do that?
so I'll do it right now.
Thank you.
Well, the proposed
That's part
action,
two.
yeah, the part two, yeah.
Just have to help copy.
Yeah, will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulations? So no. Will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity of use of the land? No. Or it is either no or small impact. Will it-
Excuse me, Marianne. If anybody on the board here would like to chime in on some of these no's or yeses. You know you.
Yeah, I won't, I
you're
won't.
Not held back.
Yeah, okay, will the proposed action impair the character quality of the existing community? Agreed, no. Will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of a critical environmental area? The CEA here is the Hudson River. Will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway? Will the proposed action?
Well, there, it is a yes on the sewage, but that was mitigated. You need this.
We're not down there yet.
Oh, okay.
Will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and fail to incorporate reasonable available energy conservation and renewable energy opportunities? Will the proposed action, and remember, the action is the action with whatever mitigation they're proposing.
Okay.
Will the proposed action, and that includes the mitigation, impair public or private water supplies of public or private water wastewater treatment utilities? Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources?
No.
Will the proposed action result in an adverse change to natural resources such as wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, flora, and fauna? We took care of the eagle, so. Will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems? And will the proposed action create a hazard to environmental resources or human health?
We'll have to sign this at some point.
Yeah. Do you have it there?
I don't
Great,
have
okay.
to check all the no's.
Good. Then yeah, and then sign it and date it tonight. And if you want to see if the board has any issues, and then I'll go on with my resolution.
Doesn't say what the project is. Oh, up here.
Sorry, Caesar, I meant to call you about that this afternoon.
Well, we had a few other things going on. Today is February 4th. On the bottom here, check this box if you determine which box am I checking here at the bottom.
The bottom one, it says it will not result in any significant adverse environmental impacts. Second box.
Name of lead agency, that's us.
Irvington Today's date. And then you.
You just misspelled planning. It says signature of preparer if different. That's still me? There's two
Good.
signatures.
It's different, so don't sign it.
Okay. Get the resolution. Okay, we'll do a resolution now.
And did you open it to the public? And the board?
Any comments?
No comment.
No comments at this time. No comments.
Sarah, any comment on that?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Anybody in the room?
Whereas in April 2025, Mercy applied for amended site development plan approval to construct a two-story field house on the site of the existing tennis courts and to develop the existing parking lot on the Irvington portion of its campus. And whereas the Mercy campus is located in the village's View Preservation Overlay District. And whereas at the April 2nd, 2025 Planning Board meeting, both the Planning Board and neighboring property owners expressed concern about the proposed field house affecting views of the Hudson River from the aqueduct. And whereas at the May 7th, 2025 Planning Board meeting, Thomas Simmons, Mercy's Vice President for Operations and Facilities, and Mercy's architect discussed two additional possible locations for the field house, one of which was west of Verrazano Hall facing the river. And whereas before the June Planning Board meeting, Mercy installed balloons to simulate the location of the originally proposed field house between Verrazano Hall and the aqueduct. And whereas at the June 4th, 2025 Planning Board meeting, Mercy's representatives asked the Planning Board whether it preferred the originally proposed location demonstrated by balloons or the location between Verrazano Hall and the river, and the Planning Board suggested that Mercy meet with the neighbors and decide on a location that would be most acceptable to the neighbors. And whereas at the July 2nd, 2025 Planning Board meeting, Mercy proposed locating the 26,140 square foot, 46-foot high field house on the west side of Verrazano Hall facing the Hudson River, on the site of two parking lots and outdoor sports courts, create a new open green space with tiered seating between the two buildings, relocating the 120 parking spaces and outdoor courts to the location of the existing tennis courts, and providing enhanced pedestrian safety and vehicular circulation. And whereas at the July 2nd meeting, the Planning Board went through the secret environmental assessment form to identify any possible environmental impacts, and whereas the proposed improvements would require variances from the Zoning Board of Appeals for exceeding permitted height, exceeding permitted coverage, encroaching into the rear yard setback, and reducing the size of the required parking spaces, all of which were granted by the Zoning Board of Appeals on August 19th, 2025. On Engineering reviewed the plans and in memoranda dated March 31st, May 5th, June 2nd, June 30th, October 6th, November 3rd, and December 2nd, and January 5th, listed a number of items, most of which were addressed to Han's satisfaction in subsequent submissions. Suzanne Nolan, the village's landscape consultant, reviewed the plans and in memoranda dated March 28th, May 5th, June 4th, June 20th, and August 29th, and October 6th, made a number of recommendations which were addressed to her satisfaction. Planning Board held a public hearing on the application on April 2nd, May 7th, June 4th, July 2nd, October 8th, and December 2nd, and 2025 and February 4th, 2026. And what was brought to the Planning Board's attention that there's a bald eagle's nest on the property across the street from the Mercy campus. And whereas Mercy on July 2nd filed a request for jurisdictional determination with the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, and DEC responded in a letter dated November 4th that since the project includes a proposal to use a form of sound barrier during construction, quote, the project is not anticipated to have an impact on bald eagles, and a DEC endangered and threatened species incidental take permit is not required. And whereas, I'm getting there. Whereas in December 2025, Mercy requested that the Planning Board approve so much of the project as relates to the new parking lot on the site of the existing tennis courts, which partial approval the Planning Board granted on December 3rd. And whereas the Planning Board has determined that construction of the field house will not have any impact on the view of the Hudson River from neighboring properties. Whereas on February 4th, the Planning Board went through the short form environmental assessment form and concluded proposed construction and other improvements would have no significant adverse environmental impact. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Board issues a negative declaration under SECRA And be it further resolved, the planning board grants the application for site development plan approval of the improvements reflected in the drawings entitled Mercy University Fieldhouse and Parking Improvements prepared by Alloy Design Studio, and they are all enumerated with much pain. And the drawings entitled Mercy Fieldhouse Civil Plans prepared by Dominic Pill Associates. And those are all specified too. Subject to the following conditions. 1, Mercy must comply with the items in Han's January 30th, 2026 memorandum. 2, for a period of 5 years following this resolution, Mercy shall not propose nor construct any additional buildings or parking in the open area north and east of the existing tennis courts. That was a condition they agreed to with the neighbors. 3, Mercy shall be responsible for installing all sewer and utility work proposed in the public right of way. A certificate of occupancy will not be issued until all work on the sewer is completed to the satisfaction of the village engineer, the village water department, and Westchester County Department of Health. 5, a bond in the amount of $180,000 shall be posted before work in the public right of way is commenced. 6, a maintenance bond may be required for restoration of the street, subject to the reasonable discretion of the village. And 7, the proposed gate on Hudson Road West should be chained, not automatic.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Before we vote on it, a few comments. There was a couple of curveballs in this. There was the Eagle's Nest, which was dealt with satisfactorily. There was initial location, which turned out to be not the best location, with working with the board here and the community very successfully. There was the issue of the sewers that had to be worked on, and fire protection. Very successful partnership working with Ed and the Doug, our engineer and building inspector. So I congratulate you on getting this through. And you got a bigger campus without adding any land, so, which is pretty good. And, okay, I thank you, and I think it's going to be a fine addition to the school. And thank you. Oh, and the gate. Don't forget the gate.
Tom is nodding.
Yes,
It's in there.
yes, we understand, Caesar.
Okay. All right, I make a motion to approve the resolution as read.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, again,
Thank you very much.
the blank on the form is because Mike Smith is not here. Thank you, and good luck.
All right.
And thank you, Caesar, the planning board and the village officials. Thank you for your partnership and support of Mercy University.
Thank you.
Good night.
Wow.
Okay, moving on to number 4, 2026-01, 71 Havermeyer Road.
Can you see me?
Not yet, Patty.
Not yet. Okay. Well, hopefully I'll come up in a sec.
While we're waiting, I hope everybody noticed that the room was freshly painted. That's good. Except for the wires up here.
Yeah.
Patty, you've done this before.
Yeah, I have.
I know you can do it.
We see
Yeah.
you.
Okay,
See me now, and you can hear me without an echo this time, I hope.
right.
Yes.
Yes, that is really good.
Identify yourself.
Yeah, Patty Steinschneider, Gotham Design. We're representing the owners of 71 Havermeyer, Jib and Catherine Dunham. They are selling and they have a contract vendee, but we are representing them on this because they still own the property. Can I share?
Yes.
Okay, so let's see this. And slideshow. In the beginning. Okay, you can see the image?
Yes.
Good. So we were before you at the last meeting. I think you guys already know where the property is and what it consists of. It's a really nice piece of property. For Irvington, it's a relatively large property. It's down near the golf course. It's got a lot of special attributes to it, not the least of which is that it used to be a really great farmhouse 100 and something years ago. We have made a couple of changes at the request and instructions of Han Engineering as well as the board. We've adjusted numbers on our chart. I did get Doug's comments yesterday. It looks like we might still have something we have to work out because we're coming out with a slightly different number. But I'll work that out with him. I think it might just be what we're counting as existing and what we're counting as new. What we did do since the last meeting is we went out and took a look at the context of this property. We identified the houses that were in that neighborhood. We basically took anything that was on Havermeyer Road after Osceola and compared the project to what exists on those properties. We used the town's property cards for lot area and calculated the coverage that was allowable for each lot, as well as what the actual coverage was from the property cards. And then we calculated what the percent is relative of the size of the coverage to the lot, since that's something that we are exceeding and are going to need a variance for. At the bottom of this table, you see we have three A, B, and C for Havermeyer. What that is the A is if we take the calculations on the property card, our calculations would be 4,378. It's only to give a concept that the property cards don't include everything. There's really no way we can get it, but we have used the existing and the proposed that we know the numbers for all of our calculations. So when we're relating the 71 Havermeyer property to the other 17 houses in the neighborhood, we're using all of our coverage, but only the actual coverage that we could take from the property card for the comparison. I think that it's a little bit to our disadvantage, but it obviates any, question of, how this actually stacks up. So that's the explanation of the property card factor in that. We are the largest parcel in that neighborhood, 115,565 square feet. There are some smaller lots in there that are a little under 40,000. Most of the lots are around 40. You get maybe 5 or 6 that get bigger, but this is larger than those. We are also the largest coverage in the neighborhood at 8,591 proposed. That is 7.43%. But I think when we get to this, which is ranking by percentage of coverage, I think it demonstrates that we're below the middle in terms of that percentage. The average on it is around 9.8. This is, we're at 7.43. So I think what we're expecting, what we're asking to do is reasonable. And we did compare it to the average. The average actually is 9.68%, where we're 7.43% proposed. This just shows what those calculations are. Existing proposed to total minus the allowable means that we're 768 square feet over what we're permitted, which means that we're going to need a variance for that 9.8% difference. This is a couple of photos just to remind you of the size of the existing house. It's not really a very big house. It's actually kind of hunkered down, almost all of it feeling like it's one story. We are proposing to build an addition to it, which will expand it, but I think it will fit in well. These are just some quick renderings that show how the addition that we're proposing, which is the left side in this image, in this one too, how those all kind of fit together. And that, I think this will be a handsome house that fits in nice with its site. And I have taken a couple of pictures that I'll explain, because we do have a lot of stone walls. And when we're talking about coverage, we're including all of these stone walls, which give a lot of character to the property. But it's just the reality of a property of that era has a lot of stone walls. It counts in the coverage factors, and it's one of the things that pushes us significantly over what we're permitted. Since the last meeting, we had underground survey come from Connecticut. They traced out our water line and our sewer line, which are not the way that they appear on the drawing we submitted. We did this based on when we saw the pipes coming out of the building, where they ended up. We've since learned that this is not what they are. We will have the exact location on our next submission. The existing water line actually goes down to the golf course, which I was not aware of. The sanitary line it doesn't go across the grass. It actually follows the driveway, but it goes to where we thought it was. We had the right end and the right beginning. We just didn't realize it was a curve, not a straight line. So we'll get that information for you. One other thing just to point out on this, one of the concerns at the last meeting was, or the submission was, we hadn't identified the lighting on the building. So we provided the light fixtures where they're located, and making sure that everything is dark sky. This is just a tabulation going back to that 768 that we're over. 1,048 of our coverage is the existing stone walls, which are great. They really, they give a lot of character to the property. I don't think we need to go through this because we've already talked about the numbers. We are proposing a robust storm sewer system, a storm sewer system that picks up the water from the existing house as well as the addition. We tried to locate where the existing downspouts go to. And it just seems that it's probably going into a hole someplace that's filled with gravel. We're concerned about particularly the back of the house, what could be problems with stormwater coming down the hill. So we've put in a system, we're proposing a system that'll collect all that. We haven't done new perks. We had perks from 2015, but I think, we're going to do new perks for this. Once we get, kind of this squared away, we'll definitely be testing that out with the hope that we aren't going to be building 24 Cultecs. The 24 Cultecs are sufficient to hold the storm. So for the whole house. So it's, it's a worst case scenario, but I know what Doug wants on that and we'll certainly provide it. After that, the only things, the only differences that we have on the plans and elevations is locating those lighting fixtures. We have lighting fixtures near the new entrance on the front, by the door coming out the back. And then we have the roof deck above. Where we're lighting that is by low-level lights that are built into the wall that will shine onto the deck, not up, not even out, just to illuminate the surface itself. So it won't really have any impacts on night sky and all the difficulties that those create. So with that, if you have any questions, my main goal tonight is I'm hoping that we can get to the ZBA, because that is the big question here. Will we get the variance to permit this expansion?
Bring up the site plan. You changed the configuration of one of the parking areas.
We actually, I think that you're talking about the one that's right here.
Yes.
Yeah, what we've got is what's there. The survey shows something that's smaller. I'm guessing because the survey dates from 2014, at some point that got expanded, which puts it into that undocumented pre-existing condition. We're including the square footage of the larger. We were labeling that as existing. And I think what Doug is suggesting is that since it's undocumented, I should move that to the category of out of the existing and into the proposed, which is fine. It doesn't really change our number. It just changes which, how much are we adding versus how much did we already have?
Yes. Okay. And the stormwater testing and stuff, if you go to it costs money. So we'll see if you get the ZBA before you get into some of these costly stormwater things.
Yeah. The main thing
we're okay with that.
Excellent.
However, there were questions asked last time about trees, a tree replacement plan, and tree protection at the drip line.
Right.
You didn't answer that, or at least if you did, it wasn't obvious to Susan Nolan.
Yeah, I think we actually answered it. I didn't go all the way. I didn't explain this one. I can't tell you about this because I didn't submit it, and I know that's against the rules. But we have brought Susan Janchil in, and she's handling the landscape architecture on this. So we will have that in our next submission. She's aware of all of the issues that Suzanne has, and is more than qualified to address it. I think they get along fairly well. They've been on in those roles before. Suzanne's great. And Susan wants to make she likes to plant a lot of trees too. So it should give us what we want. So I think that should resolve those issues.
Yeah, but one of the problems with people coming back for extra meetings, it happens when you don't ask the first question from the first meeting. So
Right.
so that you need to answer them correctly. And Doug and Ed, he said there's a difference in the coverage.
Mentioned it.
And is it the coverage correct to go to the ZBA?
Yes, he's got to correct. One number should be existing, should be proposed as a sound document.
All right.
It was that northern parking space that you mentioned.
And again on the sewer, not the sewer, some of the utility lines. Those are repeat questions from last time.
Right. Well, we had them flag all that, so we're going to have that put on the survey. But I'm anticipating that my advice to the homeowner is going to be that water line should be replaced. I think they apparently had problems with it years ago. It goes across the golf course, across one of the greens, and there is a water service that comes up Havermeyer that I think we should be connecting to.
Okay. Doug, any thought on what he just said on the water?
It seems okay.
Let the record show that building inspector was nodding yes. Any question?
No question.
I have no question.
No questions.
Sarah, anything?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Anybody in person here? Okay. Patty,
Yes, sir.
you can go to the ZBA because the outstanding issues will not influence the ZBA's decision on coverage. There are things other than the variance that's going to be evaluated. So while you're doing it at the ZBA, it's best for you to complete and answer the questions so you don't have to come back again after you come back.
I understood and agreed, and I appreciate the chance to go to the ZBA.
Okay, thank you. Oh, if you're going to go out and do test pits at 5 degrees Fahrenheit, I want you to take a picture.
I was going to say, Caesar, there are reasons we haven't gone out in the last month to try and do it. We got 2 feet of snow on the ground, and that's on frozen ground. So I think we got to wait until probably not going to get test pits until I don't know when this snow is going to melt. Another 2 weeks or something. I think we'll be at the beginning of March.
Your perk will be 0. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you much.
And number 5, 2023-04. It's 9 Meadowbrook Road.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Brian Hopkins, and I'm presenting this application on behalf of my clients Yasmin Rodriguez and John Mahali.
Okay.
Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Right. So we were before you a few months ago with a proposal to relocate the mechanical pads for the pool equipment as well as the HVAC units into the Croton Aqueduct buffer. Since then, we've reverted back to the original plan with some minor adjustments that I'll walk you through today. And I will start with the HVAC and the pool equipment locations. So the approved location for the pool equipment was underneath the deck, and we have since moved it to a pad that's located to the upper right-hand corner at the corner of the building here. The clients decided not to go with the generator, and so we've placed it in on the same pad that was originally proposed for the generator. The HVAC equipment is located on 2 pads, one which is right next to the pool equipment pad, as well as another pad that's down here in the lower courtyard for those HVAC locations. In addition to that change, one of the changes that the owners wanted to make since we were coming back is to revise the fence around the pool. Rather than having a fence that was tight to the pool, they decided, because of some intrusions onto their property, they wanted fences that were actually closer to the street, and would also give them more area to which to enjoy their pool. So one of the fence locations is now located here, running along the Croton Aqueduct buffer to the north. And then the other location would be fencing in the property at the stair that goes down to the pool. So it would come here, across, down this way. And these two fences would both be 6-foot high black spindle pool fences. And in addition to that, once we get down to the neighbor's property line, this would be a 5-foot high chain link fence that's pool compliant. The third change is in the initial proposal, which was approved from the pole here at the street level. The wire was coming and attaching to an existing, to a meter, which was located roughly somewhere in this area. It wasn't specific. Rather than connecting with an overhead wire, the clients have decided to go with an underground service. And there is a pole with a meter location here. This will require a variance. We do have a survey which is in process. We're expecting it this Friday. And we are going to be applying to the ZBA, and we'll be submitting before Monday's deadline to seek that.
I take exception to that. We're not satisfied enough on that utility pole.
Mm-hmm.
There's visibility issues, there's screening issues, and we're not sure where it's located. From the pictures you submitted, it's so close to the driveway. I can't imagine a homeowner looking at that panel every time he pulls in the driveway, nor can I imagine people driving down Meadowbrook Road and looking at that panel the way it is now. You're going to have to work quite a bit to show us why it's not on the building as it was originally approved.
Well, the owners didn't want an unsightly overhead wire and a meter attached to their house, so they decided to go with an underground service. There's clear precedent.
Now there's an unsightly panel right by the driveway.
Caesar, the original approval was underground to the building, from the pole to the
How
building.
did it get there without it?
So we do have precedent for this. At 7 Meadowbrook, there is an existing pole-mounted meter, which is even closer to the street than this location is. And we have proposed shielding it with a set of hedges. I spoke with Suzanne just today, and she said that as long as the screening trees are the same species of the neighboring trees, which are arborvitae, and they're shielding the panel, she was okay with the location of the electrical meter.
I'll have to hear that from her myself.
Okay, that's totally fine.
And there's a specified distance between the screening and the pole. It can't be right up against it. There's a service distance that I don't know what it is, but
The state code requires, state electrical code requires a 3-foot clearance in front of the panel.
3-foot clearance, in case you didn't hear.
Yes.
And in regards to the other pole is there's certain.
Let's wait and see with the survey. We believe it's on the private property.
Say it again.
We believe the pole is a Con Ed pole, not to a private pole.
And it's a different situation, and if it was a mistake or somebody didn't catch it the first time around, I'm not obligated to repeat a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta, before you go to the ZBA, we want to see the plan and what it's going to look like, because right now it's something that's unsatisfactory. It's a major change. It's a major change from the original approval, and judging from the picture that you presented yourself, it's fairly unsightly. Bring the picture up, please.
So I
Did you bring the picture up?
I will bring the picture, but to the point of it being a major change from what was originally proposed, this is what was originally proposed as underground service. So how would we have brought underground service from this pole to the house without connecting it somewhere?
Well, you didn't show what you were gonna do, so now
Well-
you're showing and it's not good.
But this is what was approved. And
Okay,
we're
I'm
not
not gonna
very
get
far
into an
off.
argument. We want to see what it's gonna look like, otherwise it's not acceptable the way it's presented right now. It's not acceptable.
The picture which was submitted this is what the current condition looks like. Once we wrap the arbor vitae around this area, you won't be able to see this from the street. It's going to be shielded by arbor vitae, just like we're showing in the plan.
Are you planning on planting them on the property or on village property?
They will be planted per the approved plan, just like it's shown here. This hasn't changed since this was submitted 2 years ago.
You didn't answer the question about village
Yeah.
property or not.
Well, the hedge was trimmed, so this hedge was trimmed back. This is going to be, part of it is going to be on village property, part of it is going to be on private property.
They need approval to be on village property.
Let's wait and see where the survey brings it.
Okay, you need to do the survey that you said is in progress tomorrow. And you need to show where these, whether it's gonna be on village property, which would need village approval.
Whether the arbor vitae are going to be on village property or whether the panel is going to be on village property.
Both.
So the panel is definitely not on village property. That's for sure certain. We'll definitely have a survey to verify that. I would request that because the owners are very anxious to get into their property, that we can get this resolved before Monday submission, if possible. Whether that's through photos or submitting the
We
survey
don't
directly
meet
to
until
that.
next month. I'm not sure how it would be resolved without us meeting the next meeting.
Would you allow us to go to ZBA?
Well, we don't know where the pole is. You need a variance, but you don't have a survey that says where it is, and we don't know what it looks like.
It's in this approximate location within inches.
I don't think so. No. Anybody on the board have a thought?
I mean, what other options are there in order to help them move forward? I'm looking at the picture where he's showing the distance from the curb to the pole is 20 feet, right? But you're telling us that you don't know the exact property line there, where the property line falls in there?
Yeah, so I mean, we measured from the curb to where the panel is. It's approximately 20 feet. This is where I've located it in the drawing. We know where it is relative to the property line. This is where I've located it relative to that. You know, it's going to be within inches. Once we get the survey, I'll locate it exactly to where it is. But it's going to be in this general location within inches. That I'm positive of.
I don't know. No. And
We don't know if it's the side yard as well. We don't know if it's on village property. His drawing shows 20 feet. If you measure 20 feet from the curb, pretty close to the property line. It's shown more than.
If I can submit, if we can submit this. Oh, sorry.
If you scale your plan more than 20 feet, where you put the red dot for the panel on this plan. Further, they're not ready for a CO anytime soon. There's a lot of stuff missing in the house. We have to go over a lot of stuff.
did they include the, you didn't mention it. If you did, I didn't catch it. Is air conditioner pad in the front, that wasn't included?
No, the air conditioner, the ones in the back he brought up first are new coverage, but he has the coverage for it.
But it's in the coverage.
It's in the coverage calculation. You have to go over the coverage calculation. There's a small discrepancy.
You mentioned Liz North. You mentioned chain link fence along the west boundary line. that gonna be screened or is it?
The chain link fence is not going to be screened. It's going to be an open chain link fence, abutting the neighbor's fence, which is also a chain link fence. But the neighboring fence is not pool code compliant. This chain link fence will be pool code compliant.
And is everything pool compliant?
The details weren't shown for the pool fence and the screening. Some of the screening is planted, some of the screening is not planted. There's more plants shown on this plan than around the field. I'm not sure what's completed, what's not completed. The pool's not completed. The fence isn't completed. There's a hole in the ground. Children to fall into patios and stoops and walks need a little work. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and according to, in speaking personally to Susan Nolan, you've reduced the planting for trees considerably, and now you have grasses that are invasive species that are unacceptable. So you need to talk to Susan Nolan about eliminating the invasive grasses and coming up with a planting plan that's, if you're going to do less planting than was what was originally approved, you need to convince Susan Nolan that that's what you're going to do, and then she'll get back to me.
So we, like I said, I did speak with Susan, and these are the solutions that we had come up with. In response to her deficit of understory trees, she would like 2 red buds planted, and that would be enough to satisfy her. The varietal of maiden grass that she would like planted is the My Fair Maiden varietal. And it, as long as we include tags and they're inspected by the village inspector, she said that will be enough to satisfy her. There was a minor issue related to the botanical names, which I'll correct, of course. And then providing screening for the utility panel, with continuing the existing hedge of the arborvitae.
When I hear from Susan Nolan, that's
Okay.
all done.
Of course.
But you need to come back before you go to the ZBA. There's too much going on. The pole is an issue. We've had pole issues before in other locations, and some of them ended very well and some ended not so well. So once it's there forever. And like I said, neighbors driving down Meadow Lane, looking at this panel or the screening for the panel. I would like to see what it looks like. It became a major issue at other properties, and I don't.
Okay. Would you like to visualize it? Would you like renderings? Would that
That would be a great idea.
Okay.
We don't want to get into what we got into at other properties where it didn't end well. Okay?
Before we end, the homeowner has her hand right.
Okay.
We're going to go there.
So
Let me finish with the board here. Anybody else have any thoughts?
I have none. None.
Anybody in the room? Sarah, anybody on the Zoom?
The homeowner had their hand raised before.
Hi, everybody. Good evening.
Good evening. We hear you.
My name is Yasmin Rodriguez, and myself and my husband John Mihaly have been obviously part of this project for many, many years in Irvington. My husband's family has been in Irvington since the 50s, 60s. Really, we're very excited to be able to ultimately live in this neighborhood that raised them. We were listening in on the call, and we're very eager to be able to answer a lot of the questions that you guys have, but we want to make sure that we're being very detailed on how we deliver the information, and ultimately that we ask for the village to help us expedite the process, because at this point we're having issues with our current living situation and need to move into the property. So I think Brian mentioned that at some point, we're willing to work as expeditiously as required in order to comply with all of the village requirements. But, would ask for our conversation to be closed up as soon as possible, pending obviously the answers to the questions posed today.
Yeah, and, several years. This was approved, I don't recall when, maybe a year ago.
Reapproved last year.
Yeah, reapproved last year. And then you came back a couple of months ago, 3 or 4 months ago, with changes, which effectively the only changes that we saw were into the aqueduct. And we said, you need to rethink that. You're in the aqueduct buffer. None of these things that we're looking at today were included when you came in for the change to the aqueduct.
So what?
So the pole was not mentioned the last time you were here. So now we have to address the pole. You can't keep coming in with a new thing every time and then say, well, you're taking a long time to approve this.
More than once, like this, we haven't been in here in like more than a year.
Since the last time they were here was August of 2025.
Yeah, but when you were here, you didn't include changes to the pole. Now you come in with the pole and we're asking about the pole. If you had asked about the pole when you were here in August, we would have asked the same questions we're asking now, and we would have in a better position to say.
And we understand that. I think what we're trying to ask is if the question around the pole is visibility out to the street, we're more than happy to turn around the rendering as quickly as before end of week in order to be able to satisfy what that's ultimately going to look like. I think the part that gives us a lot of pause is having to wait another month for another meeting while the house at this point is, at least from an interior perspective, is ready to be livable. I also heard some commentary around that, which I'd like to address outside of this call.
In terms of livable, I think the building inspector indicated that you may not be, you may be living in it, but I doubt Mr. Marin said that the certificate of occupancy was not around the corner.
I mean, Mr. Marin has not gotten responded to our emails regarding what exactly is required in order to get a certificate of occupancy from a temporary perspective. I don't know when the last time that Mr. Marin visited the property was, but obviously there's been a lot of progress in the last few months.
Yeah, I was there Monday, and there's quite a bit, 23 identifiable items. Just briefly walking through. We are not responsible to manage the construction site. That's what you're paying your architect for.
That is not what we're asking for. We're just asking for you to respond to our email regarding what exactly
your email was
required.
asking me to make a list of life safety issues, which was not my last email to you was on 1/28 to provide. Let me know when you're in compliant with 22467 and 22476 and give me a call. It wasn't a reply to come and give you a list of life safety issues so you can move in.
So what you're saying is that we're not complying with 246 and 247 from your visit on Monday?
22467 and 22476. Those are just minimums. Those are village standards.
Yeah, no, I understand. You gave us those codes before you had actually visited the property. So we're going to double check the code and what the details are against the existing property, and we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I said, you were here in August. When you were here in August, you had an opportunity to ask about the pole. And you wouldn't have been in this situation if you can't keep coming back and
Sir, believe me, I don't care to come back and have to have this conversation.
Well, I don't care to have you come
times.
back unnecessarily if you ask all the things.
But at this point, if you need basically a visualization of what it's going to look like beyond the plans that the architectural plans that are being shared on screen right now, we're more than happy to supply that.
It's not just visual. It's conceivable you're on village property, either with the pole or with your plantings, and that necessitates village approval to infringe on village property. So it's not just
on village
you're
property?
talking over me. You're talking over me. Please let me finish.
Okay.
It's not appropriate to just plant things on a village property without getting approval from the village. And so it's more than just a visual thing. There's village, right away, village property, and the location of the pole, as your consultant said, there's a survey that's going to be tomorrow that's going to adequately locate it, accurately and adequately locate it, so that we can tell whether it's on village property, and if it is, or if the plantings are going to be on village property, you need approval.
Okay, so if the pole is within our property and the planting is within our property, obviously with the 3 foot of screening, we should be okay to proceed? Is that the understanding?
No, we have to look at it, and I'll consult with our attorney and the building inspector. And I don't want to burden the ZBA with unknown. Ed, is there any possibility of this happening before?
I don't even know what denial to write.
Yeah.
To get to the ZBA.
Mary Ann?
But all I can say is, I mean, that you went in August 2025, you gave them comments, and then it's now
Sure.
8 months later that they appeared. I mean, I know it's a long time, but the board hasn't been remiss.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the point I'm trying to make.
That's all I have to say.
In terms of moving ahead, she wants to go to the ZBA tomorrow. And I just don't think this is ready for the ZBA, given the
That's not
question.
But what are our alternatives then?
Satisfy us that the pole is going to be on the property, and the approvals for the village, if necessary, are achieved. And I don't even know who they go. They go to DPW for approvals.
Yeah. We need to see where it is on the survey. We need to see, your board needs to see a landscape plan. It needs to be signed off by Susan. You need to show us a DPW permit before you can send it to the ZBA. And you have to be happy with what it looks like.
Yeah, there's too many variables. I'm sorry.
So what are our alternatives? If we're able to supply everything that you guys just outlined, are we to understand that we have to wait a month?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have a place to live next month while we resolve a pole and where to plant things.
I want to, this is Lori, I want to acknowledge your frustration. I have been in your position. I recognize that this is not an easy process. However, we do have a cycle that we have to adhere to in order to make sound and legal decisions. So I also hear frustration that maybe you're not getting some of the answers you need in general from the building department. And I think that perhaps some of those things could be resolved in the meantime, so that when you do come back here next month with all the information that the planning board needs to proceed and help you get to the ZBA if necessary, you'll be that much further in your process and you won't have other issues. But Ed, is there a possibility that they can work a little bit more closely with the building department to resolve any other outstanding issues that are going to stop them from getting?
Their request was for the building department to give them a list of life safety issues so they can get a TCO. And I'm still trying to figure out where that idea came from. It is different than the comment I gave them on the 28th. So I don't understand where that's coming from. There's someone wired some weird lights over I should say weird, non-compliant light fixtures in the kitchen. They drilled through the bottom of a web of an I-joist. There's significant issues. The hot water tank is wired wrongly. There's 23 items, just briefly in a quick walkthrough on.
And have they seen that list?
I haven't been able to get to them for that list. I actually just generated it.
Okay, so it sounds like that will help them begin to move forward.
But it's not our job to do that, because if we're doing that, then we're liable for finding anything else later. This is their architect, their contractor. We don't have any of the sign-offs. We don't have any surveys. They don't have permanent electric. They don't have permanent gas. This is a very unprofessional situation we've been put into by the design build team. The owner is being misled. And I would suggest
Sarah.
anything, I would get a third party to look into what's going on at this house.
It sounds like that coming back here for the poll and other issues is maybe
Minimal.
not the biggest issue
Oh,
in
is
terms
that
of
the-
them
is that
getting
the
into the house.
homeowner? I,
That's my opinion.
I think the applicant's phone is viewable on our screen right now.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I think, as Mike Bufuco just said, I think, when Ed went through all the list there, it seems the poll is probably the least of the issues of getting a CO.
So one thing we want to make sure that is clear to everybody in the room. On Monday, when Ed was on site, nobody was there and nobody knew that he was going to be on site. We would have had people there to have the conversation of whatever he was requesting. Number two, we also don't have a list. We read the code that he relayed before he visited the site. And we were under understanding that from a safety perspective, that we were compliant. If we are not, what we requested from the building department was clarity over what compliance looks like so that we can deliver against it. If the list is too extensive to the point where there are major safety concerns, believe me, we would be the first people that would want to know that and have a conversation with the building department. But without having the communication, it becomes very hard for us to guess what the needs are or to even understand how to get to those.
Getting back to the issue of going to the I think going to the ZBA is not going to solve the problems you have with occupancy. So it's not pertinent to how quick you get to the ZBA and how fast you're going to get into the house, given the safety issues.
At this
some
point,
of the things that I heard, drilling away the bottom of a joist. I mean, that's where all the stresses are, and you eliminated the ability to the stress capacity of the beam. So I don't know how bad that was, but
So, sir, I honestly have no idea what he's referring to because, again, nobody was there. Nobody had a conversation with him. Nobody was able to have the discussion. So I want to go back to what is required exactly for us to be able to move in. From a poll perspective, it's clear what you guys need. We're going to be able to get back to you as soon as possible with it.
Who's
As
going to
far-
make the decision? I'm sorry, Steve. Continue. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, the point was going to be, outside of that, what we're looking for is a temporary certificate of occupancy ultimately, because there's a lot of things that we can't finish until the snow melts and until basically the temperatures go up. So if anybody within the village or building department can just help us tell us exactly what is required, you have our commitment that we will do exactly as outlined.
I can't commit to CO.
Yeah, we can meet tomorrow offline, but my suggestion to you is to get somebody in there that understands how to finish a job and get it finished. Some of the stuff that's going on in that house is very dangerous. Doesn't meet a building code in the world. I'm happy to show you photographs tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be great to see, Ed. I'm curious. So I would just suggest perhaps, Yasmin, let's have a conference with Ed. We can hear him out and address any concerns he has. In the meantime, we'll get the survey performed. We'll prove that the pole is on private property, and we'll provide a rendering of what that's going to look like once the arborvitae are planted. Because, Ed, as you know, we need to get power before we can finalize gas.
What means and methods is your responsibility, not the building department's.
No, understood, but we need.
This should have been addressed in August when you were here.
Understood, but we need the pole approval before we can get permanent power.
You should have asked for it in August when you knew you were going to leave it there. We didn't know you were going to leave it there. Your application for the electrical permit clearly stated underground electric service.
It is underground electric service.
According to the plan, it was connected straight to the house.
Okay.
Okay.
The plan you applied for, the plan you received approval for, you did not build to. And in August, you should have brought it to this board's attention and not waited last minute to put the pressure on this board and the village.
We're not putting the pressure on.
Well,
We're requesting that the location be approved.
We'll discuss it tomorrow.
Okay, gladly. Thank you very much, board. We'll follow up with that offline. As
Okay,
well
thank you
as,
very much.
yep, thank you.
Sarah, was there anything on the Zoom? Aside from the,
Nobody else was raising their hand to speak, and
Anybody in
no
the room?
comments in the chat.
thank you. 20 Willow Street, that's
Really not fun.
2026-02. 2026.
How dare you? How dare you? That is extraordinarily rude. Are you in my mind?
What's going on, please?
Seriously, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I don't know who's talking, but you're not talking to the mic and you're disturbing the meeting.
Mr. Marin is disturbing the meeting. Keep your comments to yourself.
All right, the next topic is number 6, 2026-02.
Really? You gonna continue?
Continue what?
Staring at me like an asshole.
Hey, gentlemen, sir, you're gonna continue. You're gonna have to leave.
No, it's Mr. Marin who should not continue.
Sir, you're out of line. I don't know what you're
He's
doing.
out of line. Are you serious?
I'm trying to conduct a meeting here.
Then talk to Mr. Marin, not to me. He's the one who made the comment. Look at him. He's staring at me for no reason.
Well, I'm staring at you too because you're yelling.
Because you're
like an
talking
idiot.
to me. That's different.
Sir, you're gonna have to keep quiet or leave.
I would like to be treated with the respect that I deserve. I am a resident of this village.
Good. If you want respect and deserve respect, you need to not be shouting out in the meeting.
Then neither does Mr. Marin.
I didn't hear.
Why are,
anything.
oh, because you didn't hear him, so you chastise me?
Well, you're yelling out of your mind.
I'm not out of my mind.
That's a matter of opinion.
Oh, that's a matter of your opinion.
I'm moving on.
Number 6.
20 Willow Street. Sarah, is anybody appearing for Willow Street?
Hold on a second. Yes.
Please, yeah. Good evening, everybody. I'm Jim Metzger. I'm the architect representing Rebecca and Glenn Rakeland for 20 Willow Street. We are proposing a relatively, what I believe is relatively modest addition to their house. And if you are ready, I can go through our drawings. This is the first time we're appearing before the board for this project. So I have, a fair amount of information to present. I'll try and get through it as expeditiously as possible. Okay.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, I'm about to share. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay, let's go here. Good. I have one bit of housekeeping to discuss, which is an issue I'm not sure how to correct. There was a problem with the mailing. I went through code required mailing. I went to the Greenberg GIS, the Global Information System map. I downloaded the mailing labels, printed them out. I sent them out, and you'll see I have indicated that all of those were sent out. I've done 2 other projects in Irvington in the past. One as recently as about 2 years ago. There were no issues with the mailing. For some reason, the mailing labels that were generated by the Global Information System only mentioned Greenberg. And I've actually gotten back quite a number. I sent out 35. 4 were returned within 3 days of mailing, and 15 were returned to me yesterday. So I know that a number of the neighbors did not receive the mailing. One neighbor contacted me directly, and I had an email exchange with them, sent them a copy of the letter. I don't know what that means in terms of the review of the project, but there is an issue in Greenberg about the way those labels are being generated. So if somebody could look into that, it would be greatly appreciated.
Did you use the Greenberg GIS or the Westchester County GIS?
I use the Greenberg GIS.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And you see the problem, Matt, that it prints out with Greenberg, New York, not Irvington.
I see that now. Like I said, I've done this twice before and never had an issue, and assumed that the labels were, legally generated, and that's what I mailed out. So I apologize to all of the neighbors, if anybody is listening to this, that you did not receive the letter, and I'd be happy to talk to you at any point and discuss any further issues you might have with the project, in addition to what we'll be discussing tonight.
Mary Ann, what?
All right.
Having a hard time picturing what's going on, but I mean, it seems to me if the people haven't gotten it, they need to get it.
Yeah.
So just send the notice again. The board can hear you tonight.
Right.
Send the notice again,
Just
because
can't
I'm
make a
sure
decision
we
tonight.
continue.
No.
You won't decide tonight, which you're probably not ready to anyway.
No.
But you can't count on if the people are listening to, Jim, if the people are listening tonight.
Well, if they didn't get the
probably don't
notice,
know
they may
about
not
it,
be.
So just send the notice the right way, and you'll be okay at the
Well,
next meeting.
we have some comments. We can at least do that, and then.
Does that answer your question, Jim?
Not really. I satisfied all of the requirements that were given to me, and there was a breakdown somewhere in the official way that these labels were generated, and I'm hoping that my clients don't have to suffer any setbacks because of that.
Ed,
So I'm happy to resend the letters. That's not a problem, but I'm hoping it doesn't affect the time frame in which we'll proceed through the project.
Caesar, let him make the presentation.
Yeah.
And I'll work with him tomorrow.
Yes.
He's going to do a notice anyway. He'll just put 2 letters in the notice envelope.
just to address the delay, we weren't making a decision. It's not going to change the time.
It was only if you were making a decision, then it'd be a problem.
If we have to decide whether to go to the ZBA or not, does the
No.
notice?
Yeah, no, that's the fact that it's not noticed. Just so the neighbors have an opportunity to raise any objections
As
or
long as you-
questions. And they can do that at the March meeting.
You could redo the notice as long as it's properly done by, you need to come back anyway. So.
Yes.
As long as it's properly received, you said you properly noticed it, but as long as it's properly received by the people who need to get notification, that would satisfy us for the next meeting.
You got it. And just so you know, a number of the neighbors are all aware of the project. We have the sign properly posted on the property, and my clients, Rebecca and Glenn, have been answering questions. So a lot of the neighbors do know that the project is being presented, but we will do the official noticing with correct addresses before the next meeting.
Yeah, I know there's a sign there because I drove by, but the people who live on Maple, which abut your backyard, may not have seen the sign, so.
I understand. Like I said, we will absolutely resend the notices as soon as possible after this meeting.
Try to make it so that it's for the next meeting, so we don't have the same problem next meeting.
Understood.
Okay, so let's proceed.
Okay, I'm going to actually start down here. I'm just going to go through some of the boilerplate, if that's okay, to show you that we've complied with all of the requirements. And if you have any questions about what I'm presenting, please jump right in.
That's fine.
So
Go on too far in coverage.
Okay, our FAR is, we're asking for an FAR of 2,209 square feet, which is 59 square feet over allowable. The current house is a little over 1,600 square feet. It's actually a very modest residence, and we're asking for this increase. What we are proposing, and you know what? Let me go to the drawings. Be easier to describe it that way. So this is the existing house. This is the existing first floor. There was a large deck that was approved quite a number of years ago on the back of the house. It's an open deck. We're proposing removing that deck, and then we want to do a two-story addition in this area, and we're going to be replacing part of the deck in this area. You'll see that in the floor plan on the next drawing. This shaded area here shows you the increase in coverage and will ultimately be part of the FAR from what we're looking at. So you can see it's a relatively modest extension of what's already there. This is the existing elevations, the relevant elevations, the front and rear. And you can see on the side elevation, I have dotted in here the outline of what our proposed addition is. Looking at the floor plans, if we start with the basement over here, we are proposing an addition here that'll be a crawl space. On the first floor plan, we're proposing a family room. The house was originally very modest. At some point in the past, the small addition was done on the front, and really all that it added was an entry, and it expanded the kitchen slightly. But the living room is very small for a family of 4, and they would like to have more of a family room space where they could have a TV, family could gather. So that's what this addition is, and this would be a 2-story addition. And this is where we are planning on replacing the deck that is coming off. On the second floor above the family room, we're proposing a new primary bedroom. And in what was a very small bedroom upstairs, we would be converting that to an ensuite bath to that primary bedroom, and the 2 existing bedrooms would remain. So the house would stay a 3-bedroom. Instead of being a 1.5 bath, it will now be a 2.5 bath. And we're proposing adding the family room. In terms of elevations, I think this little 3-dimensional drawing down here really explains what we're hoping to do. This little bump out on the back, which is about 17 feet long and about 14.5 feet wide, family room on the ground floor and primary bedroom on the second floor. The roof on it is a relatively low slope, keeps us well below the peak of the existing house. And at 29'11", we're well below the maximum height allowed by the village. Rear elevation, we are showing the pop out here, which will have large windows to look towards the Hudson River. And this is the small deck extension that we're proposing. On the side view, on the north elevation, again, this is showing the deck in here and the elevation of the addition beyond. On the south elevation, we would be coming out to the plane of the existing house, but we're still within the required setbacks, the side yard setbacks by zoning. And we have only 2 small windows on that. So we afford privacy not only for my clients, but also privacy for the next door neighbors. And if you look at the section, you can see here we're proposing the crawl space, family room, which would be an extension of the kitchen, and then the bedroom up on the second floor. And then this existing small bedroom would be converted to a bath. I wanted to point out that I have a dotted line up here that indicates the amount of attic space that's part of the FAR. It's everything under 7.5 feet, and that is where we generate our square footage from. I don't think I need to go through a whole lot of this for you. It's the building details, which obviously will be of more interest to the building department.
Yeah, you can skip through that.
I'm sorry?
You can go skip over that.
You got it. Okay. And this up here, the proposed house addition, and I got back the response from Han Engineering yesterday. They would like to see more wireframe diagrams I'm not sure what else I can show. This is between these two houses, my client's house and the house to the north. This is really the only place that you would see the addition from the neighborhood, between the house and the Hudson River. So it's really a very modest pushback. It does not affect the neighbors to the south. Their house actually set back slightly from my client's house, and their view directly to the north, which is where they would see this, is only into the backyard of my client's house. So it does not affect anybody else's view of the Hudson River.
You would need to do a little better presentation on that because you're in the view protection overlay.
Show us
will-
that it doesn't actually, like, it's easier for us to know that it doesn't impact someone's view when you show us, look, you can't see anything.
Okay, if I can show you.
No.
But you have to add it to the
next
The
submission.
next submission, you don't have to do it now.
Okay, no, I understand. This is the existing house from the front. You can see the back of the house. It doesn't affect anything on Willow Street except from right between here and here. So I'm not sure what else I can, I'm happy to do whatever you'd like, but I'm not sure what else I could show because you don't see the addition from anywhere else on the property or from the neighborhood.
The previous picture, you showed us that you can see the back
From right in between the sidewalk from here to about there is the only place.
Go
you
back to
see it.
go back to the picture where you showed that.
Sure.
Yeah, that picture.
And I can blow this up a little bit.
That's okay.
Okay.
The point is that that's the view from Willow Street, correct?
Correct.
So you can see the extension and we'd like to see some more view lines or sight lines that show that what I'm seeing of your extension is not blocking the Hudson River.
I understand. I'll put that on
Which it probably is not, but you need to show it.
I'll put that on a plan with indicated sight lines to show where that is.
Very good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so those are the plans. Here, just quickly to show you, this is the location of the property on Willow Street. It is in the middle of the block on the west side of the street. There is an existing garage on the property. And I went through and did all of the zoning analysis, went through the FAR, went through the energy code and all of that. And again, just to reiterate, on the FAR, we are asking for 59 square feet above the village allowable. So they have about 1,600 square feet. We're asking for 2,209 square feet as over the 2,150 square feet of the village allowable. And in terms of the FAR, we are asking for an increase of what's existing of 41 square feet. But let me go back and say the house currently is over the existing FAR. We are asking for an increase of 0.7% over what was there. And that has to do with, again, the fact that the FAR had this deck on it. We're removing the deck and replacing it with a smaller deck and the 2-story addition. So we're hoping that you will grant us a variance to do that, or that the zoning board would grant us a variance to do that. We have fairly minimal site protection because the property actually has no trees on it, which is unusual, but true. We were notified by Han Engineering that there is a tree on an adjacent property that they would like us to protect. We will absolutely take care of that. We're indicating a straw bale protection. The back of the property is a very mild slope from the front to the back. So after we remove the deck, the only excavation is going to be in this small area. And that most of that dirt will actually be carted off-site because we're putting the crawl space in. So there'll only be a little bit of dirt remaining, or we may bring in fresh dirt depending upon what the contractor requires to backfill on the crawl space. Aside from that, we have an existing driveway area here. which is what we would be using for our dumpster. And again, Han asked us to provide some indication of what we would do if they need to access other parts of the property to bring materials in. So we in our next submission, we will be indicating on this part of the property that we will be putting in, whether it's mats, whatever we need to do to protect that part of the property. Obviously, we'll be protecting, there's a series of hedges along this edge. All of that will be protected during construction. In order to indicate what our property is like relative to the adjacent properties, I have photographs of all of the adjacent properties. This property is 20 Willow Street, is ours. I happen to have done an addition 2 doors down 2.5 years ago, which is this property. So by looking at these photographs, you can see that the scale of the house is very much in keeping with the rest of the neighborhood. I'm going to very, very quickly go through all of this. If you want me to answer any questions about this, please let me know. I'm going to quickly go through. This is all of the paperwork that we were asked to supply.
No, that's okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. If I don't need to show that to you, then that's fine. You know, we're showing you that the notice was posted on the front of the house.
Okay. And they need variance for farm
And coverage.
but what about setbacks?
No.
We are within all of the setbacks. And if I can go to, hang on 1 second.
That's okay.
Okay, yeah, we are within all of the setbacks. Just so you know, that's why this deck is set back about a foot from the edge of the building. The property line comes in at a slight angle. If I go to the plan, hang on 1 second, right here, you see this, the angled line here? That's the property line. We are set back with the deck a little bit more than 10 feet.
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay.
We talked about the need for a better site plan. They know they need to do that.
Yeah, there is no real site plan.
Well,
So
I
we
didn't
need a
want to
site
get
plan.
that. I decided to say
Is
something
the
else.
is the attic finished, by the way?
Yes, the answer is yes, the attic is finished.
And so you have to include all of that in your
I'm asking a question. I'm not challenging that. My understanding was in the code, the only part of the attic that gets calculated is anything above 7.5 feet. Is that not correct?
Is it finished?
In a finished attic?
All right, so you include the whole thing.
Okay, because I don't believe that was called out in the code, but I will add in the attic space.
The definition says gross area. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
I'm not sure how gross area differs from whether it's finished or unfinished.
I'll show you in the code tomorrow.
Okay, all right, I'll come in tomorrow then. Thank you.
And the farm numbers, you can fix it.
He's got to add a little bit to the.
And also coverage may be added, because Doug pointed out that they need a concrete landing.
Right.
So that's gonna increase coverage.
Yes, yeah. You know, it's.
Excuse me, 1 second, please.
Sure.
And this can be worked out tomorrow?
Yes.
And so that if it goes to the ZBA will have the accurate numbers to decide.
Make sure of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
some other comments. You need a stormwater system, and but we're going to let you go to the ZBA, or it's okay to go to the ZBA, provided you fix the FAR numbers and the coverage numbers tomorrow.
Okay.
And so then, depending on whether the ZBA gives the variances or not, then you can proceed with the necessary design for the drainage and stormwater system. There's another, there was segmentation for a compressor. Did they include that?
That square footage is included in my coverage.
Okay.
All right. It's about a 12 square foot pad we're proposing on the side of the house. If you'd like to see it, I'm happy to point it out.
That's okay, because part of your explanation was you were planning on a future application.
Correct.
We'd rather see it all at once, so that it's not a little bit at a time. But it seems like you took care of that.
Yes.
Root protection for the hedges, you said that.
Right, that's on the Han request.
Yeah, and access, looking at the picture, it does, between the house and the hedges on the left side of the house, when you're looking at it from the front. I'm sorry, from the back. It looks tight. Which side are you coming in on?
You think which side will we come in on for construction?
Yeah.
Probably on this side of the house where those hedges are.
Yeah.
Because we would need this side of the house for the dumpster.
Okay.
So
And
we'll, yeah.
you're taking soil out, so how are you going to take the soil out?
Yeah.
How?
Oh, I'm assuming we would do it with a small backhoe.
Okay.
I know this is going to sound crazy. I did a small addition on the back of my house. All of the soil was carried out by hand in 5-gallon buckets because we didn't have access for any machinery in my house. So I typically leave that up to the contractor. We have a contractor. I will get in touch with him and find out how he's preparing to do that, and we will indicate that on the plans.
Okay, very good. I had another thought. I can't think of it. Okay, any questions? Yeah, whoever used to this area, it's a tight neighborhood, and we get into the discussion of houses too big or the land too small. But we understand it's a tight neighborhood, and yes, you're in the ballpark with everybody else. Anything else?
I think I understand from the plans that you're replacing all of the siding for the house, so it'll all match. Is that the plan?
We're going to be, the existing siding now is cedar and the finish on it is in very bad shape. We're planning on painting the existing cedar house and then putting new siding on. Hang on, let me get here. We're planning on painting the existing house and painting the new addition to match the existing house. So it'll all look as one of a piece.
Okay. Eventually, you're going to wind up at the ARB, and you'll need to, present that to them.
Yeah, we understand.
Thank you.
Yeah. No questions. Yeah, I had a question. The roof on the new section, the way you tie it into the existing roof, that's a little different.
It is.
Sometimes it's a dormer style, and is there any particular reason you chose that methodology?
Yes, I wanted to keep the slope of the roof minimal. We wanted to match the existing metal roof of the house. It's funny, it's hard to see the roof of the house unless you're very far back. It's a sort of a corrugated metal roof on the house and corrugated metal roof on the front porch. We want to match that on the back of the house. And what we're planning on doing here is we are going to try and find a metal roof that matches the pattern of the existing roof as closely as possible. There are obviously many manufacturers, many different patterns. And the way this typically is done is we would cut the existing metal roof. We would then provide flashing from the existing metal roof over the new metal roof. And there is a foam infill that goes underneath the corrugations to seal the edge there, and it seals the bottom edge. So it's going to look like an extension of the existing corrugated metal roof. Again, the idea was to make the addition look like it's always been part of the house.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And when you have the match of the corrugated metal, you should have that before you go to the ARB, so they'll know what they're looking at.
Yes, I actually, yeah, okay.
Mike?
No questions.
Any, Sarah?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Anybody in person? Oh, so go ahead to the ZBA and get if they work on getting the variances as we discussed, and assuming you get those, come back with the rest of your drainage program.
Great.
And anything else Ed or Suzanne asked for. Okay?
Yes. And Mr. Marin, I will see you tomorrow so we can discuss whatever issues you might have. Is that all right?
Yeah, call me first, make sure I'm in the office.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Just call me before you head over.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, okay. Good idea. Okay, we're going to take a brief break. And we'll come back in 5 minutes.
Jesus.
Controls.
At least it's on site. I show that better.
He's a cosmopolitan. It's just a presentation. There's
Yeah.
no comment or anything.
I guess you guys could ask questions or stuff, but it's not a public hearing. It
We
wasn't.
won't take questions from the audience.
Yeah, well, because they wanted, I mean, they begged for the code. Yeah. Because they don't, there's no application. Yes.
The trustees.
Doesn't have.
Questions on things they get.
That should be here. So. Working in the copy. And I don't care. This is fine. I took it to the office. Everything good?
And also.
Well, they do, they do. For certain-
81 to 84.
Sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. Oh, no, no.
Service art, it's all back into it. Yeah. So.
Retail or restaurants?
Restaurants, yeah. I think
Sorry.
banquet space. Yeah.
Two. It was just hard.
You got married at Lyndhurst.
Well, I fish up with one.
No, Lyndhurst is, you can't stay there.
I guess like I think about three small, if we have space, let's.
Terrytown House?
Yeah.
They won't banquet. But you know what, those rooms are really. Yeah, God,
I can say they're all.
maybe not quite as nice.
All right, we're ready to come back.
We had some fancy, I mean, people who aren't used to staying.
Ready to come back. Okay, the next item is 76 North Broadway, 2024-18, also known as Bomber and Maxon's property. Why don't you introduce yourself? And you, rather than make a presentation, we're going to go through some stuff here, and then we'll get into an open mic or whatever. Okay, so just introduce yourselves and We're gonna make a presentation first.
Good evening, Catherine Zelantis from Silverberg Zelantis, representing the applicant. With me tonight is Peter Gato from Peter F. Gato and Associates, Rocco Varma from Varma RE Development, and on Zoom should be Peter Gregory from DTS Provident and Paul DeVito from Stonefield.
Okay. I want to go through a few things first. I think it's a good time to go to the ARB. There's some things that come up in the past couple of meetings that are something that the ARB could look at early on. How it looks from the street. And I had asked the architect last time, one of the meetings before, you weren't here the last time. Some more architectural features you look at it from Strawberry, so it doesn't look like, try to minimize a look of might be a barracks. So you could work on that with the ARB. You may have some suggestions. And the white finish. Recovering the exterior white panels. I may want to cover that with the ARB also. And one of our, I think Susan Nolan was one of us brought up those white panels, the type you use don't age well. So you need to look at whether the aging process for those white panels.
She said they were on some building in New Rochelle. Do you remember what building?
No, I don't
in New
remember.
Rochelle? One of the buildings in New Rochelle has them, she said, and they weren't aging well. So if you can find out which one it is, take a look at.
There's some minor things I just want to mention before we start with the traffic. The tree screening. There was a couple of people that live on that Walter Montgomery, for one. I remember Walter from many years ago. And you did change it last time because of the configuration of necessary for the fire truck, that the depth of the screening reduced to more of a wall, and you got to work with Suzanne on how that may appear. Okay. Noise we'll get to. Oh, and how it looks from the street. Ed, you want to go through that? The photographs that may help us look at it. The view from say Walter's house. The new tree.
If you can take pictures from the house, at the houses, talk to, and then superimpose.
The house is on Strawberry.
House on Strawberry, the 4 houses that are impact. Actually, there's 4, 3 on the south side and the 1 on the east side. If you get permission from the people, we'll help you get that. And take a picture from the house at eye level, and then pencil line the building in. Or if you,
and the screening, because the screening became an issue.
yeah, so that we can see the screening and what's going on.
The new screening array is different than what it was, and different as of last middle. And it may have created something that's not as pleasant as it was because of the depth involved and because of the fire truck moving in. You shrunk the screening area available, which is probably, and so this work with Susan on height of trees and the type of trees. And do what Ed suggested with photos and of us there, pencil in the building, and then whatever the screening plan is, to pencil that in real size, not what it's going to grow to.
Day 1
Yeah. And you can put 2.
We had day 1 and day.
Peter, speak into the microphone, please.
So
day 1
we had day 1 planting at a certain height, and then we had maturity at
Yeah.
15 years later, 10 years
This
later.
way we can see what it's going to look like the first step. Also, the wall in front has been spoken about in terms of width of the wall that's going to be taken down so that you have sight lines to see traffic as you're coming out of the driveway. Other sites have angled in the wall like a curve, so you can still have sight line, but there's still a wall there, and it's not a big empty space. And And you had a photo of the quay.
No, they had it in their submission.
It was in the
Oh,
submission.
it was in your submission? The way the quay looks is what I'm talking about. There you go. So that you still maintain the sight lines, but it's not void of a wall.
That's on the new proposal, on
This-
the new site plan.
This should
that
be
I
in your
was gonna go-
submission packet.
Yeah, okay, because there was a previous, recent submittal that just had the big
This is-
hole.
Right, this is the most recent.
Okay.
submittal.
Okay. Very good.
Is that what we're looking for?
Yes.
Yeah. Doesn't have to be exactly, but that
Please use the
idea.
microphone.
That idea. And you had a thing about the location of the air conditioners on the roof. If you can move around the air conditioners so they're less visible. You want to cover that, Ed?
I don't think that was mine.
No.
That was definitely not my issue.
Find a new location.
That was Suzanne's issue. But if you want to do a sight line from the house on the east side and show the different view, if you put the air conditioners on the roof on the east side to the south or the east side to the north to show them the difference, I think that's what they want to see. I know where you're coming from on this, but just they want to see the difference.
No, actually, it's an engineering exercise. So we're Rocco and I were actually talking about this week to explore different options. So once the building comes in, there's going to be different areas where they're going to be maybe possibly located, all of which will be below the parapet height and hidden away. So we have different options to explore if that's possible.
There was also a letter regarding the strength of the roof to support the growth on top. I don't know, I remember Structures 101, you got to figure in the dead load. So I'm sure you have a structural person and that'll be covered by the building department when you come in for a building permit. It's not really a planning board issue. Noise, we'll cover that later. Just going over some details. Okay. We want to do traffic?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something first before Elaine. I know that the planning board understands this, but for the benefit of the public, I want to explain it. Most of the discussion on the traffic has been about compliance with the three specific standards in 224, 27, 13, the degradation in the level of service, increase in delay, and the increase in queue length. But that doesn't mean the applicant, and more importantly, AKRF, haven't looked at traffic impacts other than those. This application, like any application in the MFO district, has to comply with the State Environmental Quality Review Act, and one of the most important components of that is
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Oh, yeah. Should I start over?
No, that's all right.
You know what? When the minutes come, I'll have my notes, I can fill it in. Okay. So the application has to comply with secret, and one of the most important components, often the most difficult one, is the impacts on transportation. And to satisfy secret, the planning board has to find that there will be no significant impacts on traffic safety or any traffic hazards that would be created by the proposed use. Not just whether traffic will be slowed down or whether there'll be a degradation in service. And Elaine will explain in detail the extent of the traffic review so far.
Thanks, Maria. For completeness and just to be thorough, in addition to the latest submissions, we also re-reviewed all previous submissions from the applicant, as well as from INAD and Stephen Maffia, just to make sure we covered everything, understood all the concerns. So the applicant has a full and very thorough traffic impact study. It includes analysis for all the study intersections that have been requested, and going from north to south for the purpose of the audience and the board. We have Sunnyside Lane, the driveway, Strawberry Lane, Fargo and Circle Drive, Riverview Road, Matheson Park and Heritage Hill Road, Main Street / Field Point Drive. And in the latest submission there are the intersections of Harriman Road and Station Road that have been added. These are all intersections with Broadway that have been analyzed by the applicant in Synchro, just to understand the traffic impacts, understand the delay and level of service. Based on the traffic analysis and also the crash analysis that was conducted by the applicant, it has been determined that the study intersections would operate safely, and that the application would not contribute to worsened safety conditions or hazardous conditions based on the number of vehicles added. And we can view this just based on how the proposed the intersections would operate with the development, with all of the new cars added. They looked at their own site driveway, they looked at level of service and delay, as well as queuing at their own site driveway. And based on the analysis results and based on the safety analysis, we see that there is no potential impact to worsen traffic safety there. In addition, the applicant has also looked at multiple items beyond the three categories, but beyond the three criteria that Marianne just discussed. This includes parking on site, queuing on site. If you remember, we looked at whether or not the queues would from the daycare would extend to Broadway. They would not, and in fact, the applicant would have a staff member to help make sure that that doesn't happen, just making sure vehicles keep flowing within their site. They looked at gaps along Broadway, allowing vehicles to turn into and out of the site. They also looked at the AKRF study conducted in 2023 of the Broadway corridor, looking at gaps for all the side streets on Broadway. They looked at pedestrian circulation, and that includes on-site pedestrian circulation between their site, but also adding a hawk signal that would greatly improve pedestrian crossing conditions, allowing pedestrian to cross to the other side of the road for where the sidewalk is to get to the train station and other locations in the village. They looked at Route 9 complete streets, so the New York State DOT project of adjusting the configuration of Broadway. They conducted a sensitivity analysis of what the level of service conditions would look like with the proposed project, and also with the Route 9 project. And they looked at that analysis, they conducted that analysis, and they did not find any significant impacts. They also, based on their analysis, it is their driveway that fails. Their driveway would operate poorly going out of the site, but that queuing would be maintained in the site and again would not affect the operations on Broadway. Based on this, there is no, I believe this satisfies the additional three quote unquote qualitative criteria outlined in the village code. If there is any additional interest in, well, to restate that, if the village's planning board wishes to further improve safety along Broadway, there are additional improvements that could be made to signage. For example, you could add a sign on Broadway warning drivers of driveway ahead for this location, so that drivers on Broadway would be more cautious and aware of what's going to happen here. The applicant could also, in consultation with New York State DOT, as part of the Permit 33 submission, consult with the New York State DOT Traffic Safety Group just to make sure that their concerns are addressed, that they don't have any additional concerns in terms of safety along Broadway, potential conflicts on Broadway with the additional traffic on the site.
If Mike Smith were here, he would ask about left-hand turn lane coming south into the driveway and a left-hand turn lane coming out of the driveway to go south.
So first, addressing the left-hand turn coming into the site, that is a southbound left turn from Broadway into the site. Broadway currently is very narrow. As most of you may know, the lanes are relatively narrow. There is no space to add an additional left turn lane. Beyond that, because of that, in order to add a left turn lane, you would need to convert one of the existing lanes, likely the southbound left turn lane, likely one of the southbound through lanes into a left turn lane. There are two main issues with that, and I would not recommend this. Issue number one is at this left turn lane would primarily serve traffic for maybe 4 hours out of the day. That is 2 hours for dropping off, 2 hours for picking up. The rest of the time, this Broadway would still operate with the left turn lane. However, that left turn lane would not be utilized, but vehicles would still need to move out of the way. You would essentially be reducing vehicle capacity on Broadway in the southbound direction in half. In addition to that, you would be adding additional vehicle conflicts, and by that I mean, with that left turn lane, you would be forcing southbound vehicles to merge down into one lane for several hundred feet and then merge back. So that merging creates additional conflict points, creates additional safety hazards, and so for the reasons of additional congestion and also safety issues, I would not recommend the southbound left turn lane. With respect to a left turn lane exiting the site, that is at the site driveway, there are additional issues there. However, I defer to the applicant on whether or not they want to pursue this. One issue I could foresee is a vehicle exiting the site. If there would be a vehicle, if there's a vehicle waiting to turn left, and there's also a vehicle waiting to turn right, the vehicle waiting to turn right would have difficulty seeing if there's any oncoming vehicles. And so that could pose additional conflict. So I don't necessarily, so based on the analysis results, you don't need the two lanes. You don't need a left turn lane and a right turn lane. One lane would suffice for traffic operation purposes. And just because of the site distance issue, I wouldn't necessarily recommend adding an additional lane.
Anybody want to add the board on the traffic?
No. Not at this time.
Nope.
Oh, Caesar, actually, I just want to, it's just a small point, but in that INET letter today, it talks about the 227-47-13 being the exclusive source of traffic impact standards. And that's not the case. As I said before, you've always got to deal with SECRA more broadly.
Yeah. And Elaine, could you elaborate that we specifically looked at the incoming letters that we received as recent as yesterday or today?
Yes, we looked at the letters from INAT, the letter that was addressed to the Board of Trustees. I believe that was 1 or 2 weeks ago, and the most recent letter that was issued, I believe, today or yesterday. We reviewed all the text contained within these letters.
And your comments included any thoughts contained in those letters?
Yes, that's correct.
I don't know whether anybody have an idea, should we concentrate on traffic, because there's a couple of other things we got to do. Keep going. Okay. I have on here there's been some discussion about the demolition of the existing buildings on site. We covered this early on, maybe it was a while ago. I lose track of time. We covered it over a couple of meetings, and there was an effort to save the building. In fact, they got a coverage credit for saving the building that was built into the trustees' code amendments. It didn't work out, and it was decided, they proposed and we accepted taking down both buildings that are up there. And I think we discussed that over a few meetings, and we moved on. That did not object to taking down the buildings. They lost the coverage, but and we moved on. And as far as we know, there was, Mike, you want to cover the?
Yeah, it was maybe a year ago. we know that residents came in and spoke in front of us. You check exactly what they said, but there were efforts to go through various official channels to get the house protected, and it didn't get protected. So because of that, we're not aware of any other recourse to have to protect it.
Yeah, I recall Earl Ferguson, who I've spoken to more than a few times about architectural features in some of the buildings we reviewed. He and his associates developed a list of properties of interest, which they presented to the trustees. And I remember John Siegel, when he was mayor, we see that looked at it and said, yeah, there's a process to protect buildings, and we respect the process. And if any of those buildings go through the process, which is quite restrictive and quite regimented to protect the property rights of the owner, and that the trustees at that time were not inclined to bless that list with any special significance. So we moved on from that. I was there, so I remember that meeting. Okay. Noise. There's a couple of comments. You submitted the noise report. It was reviewed.
Yeah, I think is Ashley online? Or may KRF, I think.
Yes.
And we had some comments. Maybe I'll let Ashley go first. I'll make my comments first. We wanted to see the impact at the property line of the impacted neighbors across the street from Strawberry, not necessarily in their basement or at their property line. We were concerned with the roof activity. I mean, I know you submitted some rules may have been from another property. We'd like to see, there's passive and active, there's parks. They describe passive activity, which is, and I'd like to consider this as passive use, and who's going to use it. And Mike Bufuco talked about no music and no speakers. And I remember distinctly saying, you park your car at a red light and you hear that speaker banging away on some thumping music. And the village has gotten significant complaints on a property here that venue for weddings, and they have music complaints, and we don't want that outdoors at this venue. So I know you need to do a little better.
I just want to comment that there was an omission in those rules because the noise report specifically provided there would be no amplified music on the roof deck, and that was not carried over in that set of rules. So that will be revised. So that set of rules will also include no amplified music. But the premise of the noise report was based on no amplified music.
And the timing, I think it was 10 o'clock. That's a little late for work on that, and be more specific about who can use the roof. I know, and Rocco said, the roof is an amenity, and people ask for amenities, but we don't want a wedding party up there or something, and need to provide language that would preclude that kind of an event. It's not, in our opinion, it's not meant to be a wedding venue or a birthday party. Well, maybe kids have a kid's birthday party, kind of, maybe you can limit the number of people. I don't know how you even enforce that, but there needs to be some control on who's using it and how many are using it. You don't have to tell us now, but go ahead.
It is in the community quiet and courtesy hours. It is noted these guidelines as to who can use and who cannot use and how many guests are permitted on the facility.
Okay.
What does it say?
What does it say?
The roof deck is available for use by residents and their accompanying guests. There is a limit of 2 guests per apartment home.
But
Guests
I
are not-
also, didn't it say something about parties on there too?
It was toward the top. But one of the first ones about private parties are allowed with
Oh, yeah.
permission.
Permission.
Would you like to have a limitation on this? To what?
Yes. Yeah.
What would you like? We have a limitation.
I mean, we'd rather start off as strict as possible and say no parties, honestly. I think that would be the preference.
So the residents in the community do not have parties in their house?
Oh, no, I'm not talking about their house. I'm talking about the roof.
No, I understand that, but you're taking a privilege away from residents to not have any
I'm
parties.
just, there's concern. I mean, or I guess we limit the size, but
That's what I'm requesting.
just-
What is the size that you would like to limit to for residents?
mean-
there's no comparison to ask this question. There's no other building in similar space of similar size with similar potential impact to ask to compare to. That's not really a fair question.
Well, I'm sure there are apartments and there are townhomes. People have.
Actually, Ed or Mary Ann can correct me, there's current code, not in this district, that requires the activities to be confined within walls.
That's the business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know some
Business only.
I mean, I'm just imagining if someone wants to have a party there, does that mean none of the other residents can use the roof at that time?
That's correct. It's reserved
For them only. Because, I'm trying to think about, well, what if, 50% of the it's a beautiful weekend and 50% of the residents are up on the roof and half of those apartments have guests with them. And, how many people can the roof fit comfortably and safely?
That's why it's subject to approval by management, and they're not going to let just private parties on the roof. That takes away the inability for residents. So I would assume that it's very limited use to allow those private parties.
And you mentioned the building code or limitation on, there's a live load factor on this for structural.
Yeah, it's going to be designed to the square footage of the deck and egress have to match the square footage, but that's going to be far larger than what they're proposing. My suggestion is maybe there's a limit that you could offer up for parties not to be maybe later than X.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
I'm just saying maybe different than the
I
10
don't
o'clock.
think- You don't have a number there, do you?
Yeah.
A
So,
time,
mean-
they had a time.
The hours, this is different. than
Yeah,
that.
maybe you guys can go back and look at like,
All use of roof deck must terminate at 10 p.m.
No.
That's during the week, I think I
Numbers of
saw.
people. Come up with a suggestion for the maximum number of people and then the board can see.
and maybe
Yeah,
a timeline for parties being different than
Is 30 a fair number?
whatever you got. Why don't you?
The other thing is, I think it said midnight for Friday and Saturday night. I think the 10 p.m.
They
was
had
weekdays or
10
now?
for everything.
Not for
Was that it? Okay,
That's
all right.
probably
I was
later than
thinking of
one.
something else. I mean, one of the things I think I struggle with is I believe there's not on-site management, or is there?
Not been defined yet.
Okay, because I remember you saying that it's not a concierge style building and there's not a doorman or a lobby attendant or something like that. So, I think that's one of the struggles. These are not inexpensive apartments to rent. And I assume that the residents will be respectful of that community and the overall community. But it's hard to imagine what the maximum usage might end up being, and the issues that it could cause if there are disturbances and then the police are getting called. And, we want to steer away from even approaching that.
Well, one of the aspects, whatever the rules we decide on, there is a special permit.
Yes.
That's reviewable annually.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that is
if
super
issues,
helpful.
if issues arise, that could be adjusted.
A control mechanism is here too, is that the access to the roof deck shall be controlled access assigned to residents, and that a record of such access to the roof deck will be retained by management. So essentially, you can't get on the roof deck unless you have a key or a fob that allows you to go to the roof deck. And then there's going to be a record of who is on the roof deck that management has. So it's going to know, unit A1 was there and there was a mess left there. So it's a way to control the roof deck.
I will say, I appreciate that. And then there will be people that put something on the door to leave it open. Right. So I'm just, thinking out loud. What kind of surveillance or cameras do you have for a roof deck or for that door access? Are there cameras on site? Is that something that you have for security and those types of purposes?
Yes. We're trying to have a control management upstairs. So what would be the ideal number that you would like to settle with?
I don't know. I think I need to think about it and hear from residents as well.
So just to be clear, we're going to have the residents make the decision for this community.
I said I need to hear from residents. I think it's important that we listen to the community and the people that are living next door. There really isn't another building like this in town that I can think of where people are accessing a roof. There's a restaurant by the river, in that by the parking lot down there where there's a roof for dining outside, but otherwise there's not something I can think of in this town where there can be a large communal gathering.
Does Marianne, Sarah, Ashley on there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, if you have something to add, please opine.
Yes, so we reviewed the noise analysis prepared by the applicant's
Ashley, identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Ashley Lai. I'm a senior vice president at ACARAF, and we've been reviewing the project along with Elaine for seeker traffic noise issues. So our acoustical consultants reviewed the noise analysis that was prepared by the applicant back in January. We provided comments. Those comments were addressed in a revised report that was received about 2 weeks ago. We issued a memorandum to the village this afternoon, basically signing off on the conclusions of that report. Later today, we did receive an email from a neighbor questioning some of the analysis that was in that report, and I have some responses to some of those questions. So one of the questions was, why did the report not measure noise at the property line, or measure noise at the property line and not just at the neighboring house as recommended by DEC? And our response to that is the DEC does not recommend measurements of ambient noise at the property line, and there's no reason to believe that measured existing ambient noise levels at the property line of the adjacent receptors would be substantially lower than the location where the measurements were conducted. Per figure 1-2 in the report, the measurement location is immediately adjacent to the property line of 20 Strawberry Lane. So we do not believe that additional locations are necessary. Another question was regarding requesting a cumulative impact of all likely noise generators. This was provided in the report. It's provided in table 1-7. There was a question regarding DEC's thresholds for significant sound pressure. And in this case, there was a misunderstanding of what the 6 dBA means. The DEC does not specify an increase of 6 dBA as likely significant. It says sound pressure increases of more than 6 dB may require a closer analysis of impact potential depending on existing SPLs and the character of surrounding land use and receptors. Where total cumulative sound levels are less than 65 dBA, as is the case for receptors 1 through 4 in this report, and the analyzed sources are intermittent, such as a playground and terrace use in this case, the predicted increases of 3 to 8 dBA, even for the very conservative cumulative analysis, would not likely be considered significant. And lastly, there was a question about whether 65 dBA was an unsafe noise level. We believe this is a mischaracterization of the DEC guidance. 65 dBA is not an unsafe noise level without protection. We think there may have been some confusion in the use of the word absolute, which is, in this context just means total rather than relative. So the residents of the building who go outside would presumably do so at the grade level and therefore would be shielded from the rooftop terrace and the HVAC equipment. So we do not believe that there's a significant noise impact here. And those were all the comments that we saw in the letter today.
Well,
I was just gonna make a suggestion. They had proposed that, quiet time starts at 10. I think you and I just had an idea that it should be lower during the week. And I think you should probably tell them what you want it to be.
I
And
mean,
so
we-
that's included in their next set of
It seemed like
guidance.
9 during the week, right? 10 Friday and Saturday. That's what I was thinking.
Can we make an exception for July 4th? Because I noted that there'd be nice
Yes,
river, right?
yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And the fireworks don't start until after.
Exactly. That makes
No
sense.
fireworks on the roof.
Not on the roof.
But it will be a good viewing. Fair enough.
Okay, and you're going to beef up the who's going to utilize it and how many?
I think the number is awaiting your response to how many.
Rocco, please use the microphone.
With 2.
What do you find out? What do you find at your other buildings? Do you have a recommendation based on, current usage?
840. I think we rarely see even get there.
Could
Just
be
putting a
840.
limitation on residents to actually have usage limited is just limiting their
How many
units.
53 units?
Yeah, well, the traffic, the noise analysis assumed 30, a maximum of 30. So it couldn't be more than 30. I'm not
Okay.
suggesting 30, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying it can't be more than that.
Suggest 30.
Fair enough.
If that's what the basis of the noise report was. So makes sense.
Am I right, Ashley? Wasn't it?
Ashley?
Let me double check that. Just give me a second.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was, it's sort of hidden in one of them. I looked at it again, but I'm pretty sure it was 30.
Okay. Assuming Ashley comes up with that number. And then you want to do the letter?
Yeah, I want to respond to the INET letter that was circulated, a couple of days ago. There's really some really important inaccuracies in there that I want cleared up. One, there's just 2 paragraphs about the Board of Trustees rejecting the village attorney's attempt to redraft the proposed definition of school by adding the following initial clause. School is a facility in which instruction takes place, and then the board rejected it. That is totally fabricated. I never presented any definition to the Board of Trustees other than the one that said college, university, whatever. At the discussion of the planning board, when we were talking about the amendments, somebody had made a suggestion. Maybe there ought to be a broader term. And I said, okay, well, we could say this. And as I thought about it, and the next day I communicated with the board that I didn't think that made sense because we didn't look at it. This is something that's going to be allowed in all the residential districts. Do you want to say that you can have a music school in all residential districts? So I said, just leave it to school, university, what it is. So this total fabrication, 2 paragraphs of that, and described in pretty inflammatory terms about what I did, and it's all made up. Okay. Then it says the village attorney erroneously opined that a child's daycare use was a school use. They said at the November 5th meeting, which is wrong because it never came up at the November 5th meeting. But I have the minutes from the August 8th meeting where the issue came up. I said, and I'm going to read it. It's not really long, but I want the record clear on this. In my opinion, if this is Primrose, it's a school. A school, and at that time there was no definition. A school is defined as a place that provides instruction, and the description of the Primrose School, both by Mr. Varma and in the brochure we received yesterday, I think the Primrose School, including every level of it, fits that definition. So in my opinion, the Primrose School is a school and therefore permitted in the MFO district. Additionally, even if there is a daycare component, the daycare would be a permitted accessory use to the school. I never said daycare is a school, and that's repeated all through this INET letter. Not true. I said it was a permitted accessory use. These days, most schools have after-school programs that provide childcare for several hours after and sometimes before regular school. Finally, there's a number of cases decided by the Second Department Appellate Division holding that daycare centers are permitted accessory uses to churches, in large part because, I'm quoting from the cases, clearly and strongly stated in restated policy to promote the development of daycare services. I never once said, I said that the Primrose School was a nursery school and a preschool. I never said that daycare is a permitted use, although it is permitted as an accessory use. In the MFO district, permitted uses include 224-47.8 F, accessory uses customarily included incidental to a special permit use. And I have to say, I take great offense at the disrespectful language and the insinuations throughout this latest letter, as well as written and oral statements before, that I am a supporter of Pharma. I've been a village attorney for more than 40 years, and I've always applied the law fairly and objectively, as I have in this case. I don't have favorites. I won't say more. That covers most of it, but
Well, further on the school, I recall during the early stages, I asked a similar question, and I remember almost word for word. I said rather sarcastically, unfortunately, other than potty training, what's the education going on for a 6-month-old? And Rocco produced educational components that take place for 6-month-olds. And the brochure that was circulated indicated there's educational components at that age level. I mean, it's not algebra, but it is educational components. Further on, it was resurrected again, which we referred to the trustees that I did, and Mayor Siegel came back reaffirming that it meets the definition of school. And then further on, just recently, last 2 weeks ago, current trustees amended the code to address the school issue. So I think I'm exhausted. The board is exhausted on the school issue, and we're going to move on. Like I said,
Can you just speak into the microphone, please?
we're going to move on from the school issue. It's hard because the desk is so wide. Really need to move.
they need a new mic.
Well, I spoke to Charles, and he said they're working on a new mic. Charles is our village manager. So, as I said at least 3 times over the last year and a half, we're moving on from the school issue.
Elaine just informed me that Ashley checked, and it is in fact 30.
Okay.
It assumed 30 people.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah, and I would just add that it also assumed that the terrace would be open no later than 11 p.m.
Okay, so we're going for 10, right?
On the weekends.
Yeah.
Okay. There were 2 other things that are in progress, getting close. The fire, Ed, the fire truck issues getting close.
It's getting close. There's a few issues. I met with the fire department on Friday. Pete, give me a call. Sorry, give me a call on Friday, and we'll go over them.
And is that issue and working on and continuing to work on the sewer issue, sanitary sewer, not the stormwater. And
The snow's not helping.
no, and as you said, you're working on the trees. Okay. Do you have anything to add?
I was just going to briefly go over the revised site plan and then just to go over the highlights of it. So this is the new site plan with 53 units. So the building expanded 3 feet to the north.
Before you go, does this have the latest
Yes.
It's not going to be the latest planting plan because that's a work in progress, right?
It has the latest,
As of 2 weeks,
the submission 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
All right, but make sure Suzanne is up to date on it because
Yeah,
I spoke to her Monday and she indicated that I had the impression he was still working on it. So
Right. Do you want us to go to that first because Paul? Okay.
do your progression.
Okay, so this is the new plan. The building shift 3 feet to the north, but the building coverage at 15.6% remains substantially below the 25% allowed with the MIU bonus and 20% allowed as of right. So just to introduce some new features of this plan, we heard comments from the public about removing the wall and the impacts from that, and there were some comments that the DOT members made about maybe introducing a pier or an architectural feature that's consistent with the architecture in Irvington. So now we're proposing a curved wall feature at the entrance. So this does a few things. We're going to be using the stones that we're taking out from the removed section and using those stones in the curved feature. It's similar to what's at the quay, something like that. And visually, it elongates the wall. So without disturbing the line of sight or interfering, with the driveway access. So visually, it looks like the wall isn't as broken as it is to allow for that driveway access. Also, we are proposing at the corner of Strawberry Lane and North Broadway a feature that separates the vehicular access from the pedestrian access. So previously, for a pedestrian walking down Strawberry Lane, they would have to walk in the same area that vehicles are turning in and then walk onto Broadway to get to the proposed crosswalk. What's now proposed is an access off Strawberry Lane, so the pedestrian is not competing with vehicles, either vehicles on North Broadway or vehicles turning from Strawberry Lane. We understand that this is work in the buffer and will require a variance. So if that's not something that the board wants, it's certainly not something that we'll pursue, but this is the concept for that feature. So it's allowing someone to walk down, maybe rest a package before they cross the street, have a seating area. And that's the crossing point there. So there's a definite distinction between where vehicles are, which currently doesn't exist, right? There's no distinction with the pedestrians and the vehicles, but this creates a distinction between the vehicles and the pedestrians. So Peter Gregory will get into greater details on the site plan, but the site plan has incorporated comments from the fire department. I know there's potentially some additional comments that the fire department raised on Friday, but this site plan has more sidewalks and a wider turning area off Strawberry Lane to provide access for the fire truck. Our landscape consultant, Paul DeVito, he's also online and he will address landscaping in greater detail. But we did hear comments from the neighbor at 20 Strawberry Lane. And in response to that, and working with Suzanne, we're proposing heights of trees a little bit lower, which will preserve the existing sight lines to the river. And also we're proposing enhanced lower screening around the playground area, year-round screening. So there'll be year-round coverage and screening in that area. Noise, we were discussing, like I mentioned, there was an omission about no amplified music, which will be added. We'll also add the maximum number of people is 30, weekends 10 p.m., weekdays 9 p.m. And I was going to request that we go to the ARB. So thank you for providing that. We'd like to get their input on some of this architecture that we've been presenting.
Excuse me 1 second. You were going through the noise and it reminded me, and you mentioned the screening around the playground. and which reminded me that the playground noise was brought up by one of the residents. Ashley, you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Did the playground covered in the noise report?
Yes, it was.
And the conclusion was?
That there would be no impact from the playground.
Well, no impact on the playground, but what about across the street?
There would be no noise impact generated by the playground.
Okay. All right, thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Wait, I want to ask a question about that. There's no impact because of the distance to the homes that surround it?
Because of the distance and the intermittent nature of the noise and the time of day that the noise would be present.
Did you consider the occupants of it? I mean, I don't imagine the age bracket in the school is such that I don't imagine this big school population using the playground. Probably mostly, if used at all, mostly, it's not the school.
Right. It's it's a relatively young population. It's during the day, and it's and there's a sufficient distance.
Okay. Lori? Kathy, go ahead.
So I'm just going to turn it over to go through some of the architecture.
Thanks, Kathy. So I'll skip the beginning part, but just some key items that I want to bring to everyone's attention is that the floor plan has been adjusted slightly. Regarding the parking underground, we confirmed that the staircases changed shape and changed orientation, and really that's a derivative of some building code items that I was working through to make sure we have proper egress out of the building, and because of that, they rotated. So that's why it's from previous plans. It's the same number, it's the same layout essentially, but some of the rotation of the staircases informed that. And I'm not sure if Ed had a chance to look, but we're working with him in terms of the egress as well on both levels, on the ground level to egress properly, and on the rear side as well. And we did it just to make sure that we're okay in terms of coverage items and just sort of things. I'd rather get them out of the way now. That's why it's slightly different from your plans. But otherwise, the plan shape is the same as Kathy mentioned. What we did do is it grew a little bit in the north. And one thing we did in an effort to also not just break up the building with materials, but we took a couple of big notches out of the corner, that south east corner, as you see. So the building, as we get into it, I'm just going to jump to that. Here are the renderings, just so you know, from the view from Broadway. And there's the parking, egress is all there. So if you see the bottom right corner of your plan, it sort of shifts, the building shifts in it twice on the east side and also the south side. So it's a deliberate and visual break to create shadow lines, as well as a differentiation of spaces, so that it doesn't seem like one long space. So this is an effort to kind of break that up, and then physically we'll do it. An effort, and also with the materials in combination, it'll be a nice, easy elevation on both sides. Other things here in this plan is a similar plan. Landscaping has been updated a little bit in terms of the circle and entering the building. As you can see on the right side, top north end wing is still the school. What we did do is bring the entrance on the end, just in terms of, again, farther away from Strawberry Lane and farther away from everywhere else. It actually makes the playground a better unified space, provides a better setup access for the fire department, provides a better access for parents when they park, drop off. You're not cutting through anything anymore. It's also very different and separate from the residential entrance, which is mid-block on the south elevation here too. So I think it does successfully a lot of things and allows the school to function as it's designed interior-wise as well. And the spaces you see here, the apartments are on the lower block on the first floor, and different types of 1 and 2 bedrooms, moderates and the affordable housing. We go upstairs. You can see the building pulled back again. The brown top right is also part of the school. There is a physical depth break in the actual interior floor plan there to show the separation, fire separation, building code egress separation, stair separation, a lot of things that are working there. And hence we have two doorways to the back. But this is actually the same level working with the school egress as the second floor. And then the blues, rest of the blues and purples are 1s and 2 bedrooms who go upstairs. And then the third floor, 1s and 2 bedrooms again. And then this angle, this knife angle here is actually following the required setback on the third floor. So that's what this is respecting. And the roof, as you can see, we're sort of stepping back, keeping the roof terrace retreated away. And we're going to put screening and landscape all around there as an additional buffer for noise, and create also a nice environment on the roof itself. What also you noticed here is some additional plans for walkways. So we have a continuous walkway around the entire building, which we had 75% last time. What the key additions are that on this section, on the south section here, and also some of the stones around the back side of the building are now continuous sidewalk areas. And proper landscaping, as you mentioned, Chair, is going to be in front here as well. So this is the turnaround circle for off Strawberry Lane and the temporary, hopefully never needed, emergency access on this side. And then landscaping is around it, but we need the entrance clear, obviously, for a vehicle. But we're going to buffer as best we can with some layered, with space between the parking area and the building itself to create landscape all around. So the views from here will definitely be landscaping and then building behind there, not just an open sort of field. Paul could talk more about that in a minute. Sections really haven't changed. The only thing we did here is there were some comments last time about adjacency of the neighboring houses. So as you can see, we put the house in the bottom section. That's the existing house and where it sits. And then the shaded area is the existing building. So you see kind of where our building is in relationship to the house behind us. We're not near it, and we're a different elevation from it. And here are some elevations. We sort of, again, blocking out, starting with the top elevation. It's a right, this is the corner here, and you can see the shadow line is the setback area here. So we're looking at sort of a sort of formal design, sort of, I don't want to classify it, but, incorporating historical elements with some contemporary features. And then we're breaking up the facade with 2 different materials as well, some sort of vertical, wood type material, and then it breaks down further as it steps down the building towards Broadway. This elevation is on the inside. This is from, if you're looking, come up the hill on the arrival on the Broadway, parallel to Broadway, I'd say. So this line is this 2-story volume here, and this is the 33-story volume here. Again, the same kind of materials breaking up the facade. And is that better? Sorry.
On the right building there, is that the third story is set back from the first 2 stories?
Yes.
Are you creating a terrace?
At this point, no. I mean, there may be terraces from the residents, but it's not a common terrace.
I mean, it's still a terrace. It's just not going to be used as.
Not for the greater public.
Yeah.
For the building.
For the resident.
Just the
Nobody's
adjacent.
going to use it.
Just the adjacent apartments.
Say that again.
It's just for the adjacent apartments. It's a different level, so it's not the same as the other items we're talking about, but the common roof terrace. It's more of a private terrace, just for the apartments.
But it's for outdoor use.
For the resident that is occupying the unit directly behind it. So it's lack of words, just their balcony.
No speakers.
No speakers, correct. No speakers, definitely not 30 people there.
So again, we turn the corner, and the other volumes sort of similar, breaking up massing with different roof heights, try to create volume and a little interest as well. And the ground floor is a hugged in the school area by a gray brick to kind of anchor it as something unique. And again, we're going to have different types of railings and different types of parapets that kind of mitigate the noise and also create visual interest and break up the volume. This is a sample material palette, and when we go to the ARB, we're going to talk more about them at all. I honestly don't know what Susan's talking about. Materials that don't last. This is fiber cement. It's indestructible. So I don't know what.
We're talking about the one in upper.
Yeah, the top upper left. So I really don't know what that comment's about, but when we go to the ARB, we can certainly talk all through this. This is a variations of the materials here. Straightforward metal and some nice detailing. And these are the views we showed a few months ago and early. We're keeping this in the set just so you see the impacts or lack thereof. This is the building setting in, and as you know, the building is lower than Strawberry Lane, so I think there was some confusion as to where things lie in elevation, but this is how it would sit along Strawberry Lane section, and we're hoping it kind of dances down the hill versus just one big long block, and I think it kind of does that. And from Broadway, again, it's kind of hard to depict because it's up on a hill. It's turned to the right, but we're doing best we can with this view. But essentially, it's a driveway coming in, the road curve on the left. The building's gonna be set back in the back of the property.
When you show renderings,
yeah,
I'm not sure if the plantings in those renderings are the actual ones that have been agreed on, or those random renderings.
No. So I want to clarify that. That's a good point. So the landscape are accurate to what they are, and the depiction of it graphically is accurate as to what they will be. And what we've done here is put them in the exact location. So this is fully coordinated with the landscape plan.
Okay.
And also what we've done here, I think we show day 1, and then we show day 15 or year 1 and day 1. It's a quick plant. Day 1 planting, and then year 15. So you can kind of see from wrong way. So if you look at the top one, you see some trees, and then 10 years later, there they are. That's kind of the idea.
I think that's what we're looking for when you take the photographs.
Mm-hmm. So actually, speaking of that, I was there this morning, and I took photographs from Strawberry Lane and different point locations. So the houses in pink are where I took the photos. You don't have the slides. I did it today. I just want to kind of get ahead of the game. So we'll use these as a basis to kind of generate some images after that. This is another set of photos looking same idea, up and down Strawberry from different points of view. Okay, this is a quick run in from Strawberry without any landscape, as we said, just the one that's there. And then just to kind of show the flavor of the inside, if you arrive there to visit someone you live, or you come home or go to the school, this is kind of the idea. And to show clarity for the fire department, EMS, for visitors, and people familiar with the building alike. Paul, do you want to share your screen?
Yes.
Is Paul identified?
Paul is the landscape.
Paul DeVito with Stonefield Engineering. Sure. Okay, can everybody see that screen?
Not yet. There you go.
Okay. So yes, so this is the submitted landscape plan. It's something that we work closely with Susan Nolan, particularly on species selection and planting location. We had efforts to preserve the screening, or provide screening, I should say, while maintaining the campus style layout. Additionally, a arborist report was submitted as part of the application package. Along with that, they had an updated tree inventory list, and that's provided on sheet L2, which is here. Very, very similar to what was previously here. No major changes, just over some time. Tree maybe grew an inch or two, but other than that, species remained basically the same. They have some extra information for species tolerance and construction, and some additional comments, and then the recommendations as well. So overall, almost identical. just a little bit more information, but it is completed by an arborist, or was provided by the arborist, and we've put that onto the plans. And that was a specific ask of Susan, so we worked with her on that. Taking a look at the plan updates, kind of starting at North Broadway, the entry to what Peter had previously discussed. So kind of along with these entry walls that are now kind of curved back, we look to provide a layered planting scheme to really highlight the entrance. This is, something that we envision providing all season appeal. And then what we've also done is we've pulled back all those plantings to remain outside of the site triangle, so not to impede for any traffic issues. So that's going to be this red dash line. Along the frontage, we also one of the comments from the landscape review was to space the oak trees 30 feet on center and increase the caliper size, something that we've reflected and done. Moving towards this little pedestrian feature along North Broadway and Strawberry Lane, we had specific discussions and asks, and I believe it was in the review letter as well, to remove some of the invasive Norway maples in this corner of the property and replace them with some specimen evergreen trees. So what we did, we looked to provide some native hollies as kind of a backdrop to this pedestrian center, and then along this area with those benches, we have some low-lying ferns and then evergreen shrubs. So it's a nice little designed area for pedestrians.
Before you leave that area, on the north side of the leach field, the stormwater system, I don't know if those are existing trees or proposed trees.
These symbols are proposed trees.
The drip line of the roots could be in the stormwater system. And Doug?
Yeah, it does look like that.
Well, we don't want roots in the stormwater system. They tend to cloud them up.
Okay. So yeah, we can work with Susan on the location for these trees, but likely pulling them away is
Maybe shrubs that the roots are not as deep.
right. Okay.
Now, the tree loves water. You know what they're going to go for.
Yeah. Moving towards the center of the site, we had some. We accounted for the sidewalks, amended some of the landscaping in this area, but really kept the initial form that we were proposing. Moving up to the roof deck, or this area acting as a roof deck, I should say. I say that because I believe there was a comment that had come up citing the plantings for this situation. It is a common planting situation to plant on an elevated surface. Kind of, it'd be similar to planting on top of the roof deck for the amenity space for the building, but in this case, it's just going to be over essentially a concrete slab parking garage. So same application, typical landscape standards, typical in the industry, very common. The loads would be accounted for, and we make sure we have waterproof membrane and the full kit of waterproofing and site amenities that or construction amenities that would be necessary for the plantings in this area. Moving towards the eastern portion of the site, one of the areas that we focused on when reviewing the plans with Susan was the screening towards the rear, and kind of hearing the comments from the public. We took a look at this area. We came up with a new planting design and actually selected a lower mature evergreen tree. So the trees that we're proposing are an Elegantissima arborvitae. It'll grow to be about 15 feet tall. So providing screening for the proposed playground area, while also maintaining those views to the view shed, maintaining those existing views. So we kind of pulled back the plantings in this area. We kept it outside this utility easement, and then we have some evergreen shrubs sprinkled in there. So looking to provide that 365-day screen for them. And then plantings at the fire lane along Strawberry Lane. This area has been updated to accommodate for the fire truck pull-off. We did see the comments in the review letter, the latest review letter that was received this week, for the potential removal and analysis of these large trees. It's something that we're open to, and if we do go down this path with Susan, we'll speak with her on the phone, but we'll set up a meeting with her, and then we'll see what type of plans that she would like us to propose. So in general, that was the overview.
Yeah, and really, our office and Paul's office, we're trying to work closely together, listening to the comments of the public, but doing a combination of screening and also aesthetically pleasing elements. We want a nice sense of arrival of he's driving by on Broadway. We want a nice sense of enclosure for the new pedestrian plaza. We want the opening of Strawberry Lane to be at least nice, pleasantly looking when you're seeing that's there. We want a nice sense of arrival when you get onto the site, when you go into the school or you go into the residence. So we're working with all those elements of technical screening, sensitivity, and as well as making it look nice.
Okay, and it's continue. I'm happy working with Suzanne. She knows what she's doing. She's been working with Suzanne for several years, and the product is usually pretty good. Okay, anything else?
Do you want to address the civil plans? Go through those quickly. The highlights of the civil plans for Peter Gregory, or
Sure.
Okay.
Brief. 10:15.
Peter, you got that?
Yeah, if I can, I'll just put up my drawings quickly if I could. Oh, you already did.
I have them up. Peter, which screen would you like, or what page?
That's fine. I think we can start with this, and I think
Just identify yourself.
Peter Gregory, project engineer with DTS Provident. I think the main change to the plan, other than the entrance opening and the pedestrian area down at the southwest corner of the property, really had to deal with the concerns and the comments that came up as a result of the fire access. We had listened to what the fire department's concerns were. Peter had already mentioned a couple of them. We've provided a continuous walkway that extends around the entire perimeter of the building now. We've provided a pull-off space with hydrant access off of Strawberry Lane for an emergency vehicle to pull in, have the ability to set up, and have access to the southern side of the building. They can access the building through the stairway from the pull-off pad and down into the walkway to get around the building from that direction as well. We've also provided a better access toward the parking garage. We've widened the access driveway to 26 feet in width, and with that also have included a sidewalk which allows for, I guess, a secondary means of egress out of the parking garage area, and then that has that walkway that would continue down along the main access, ultimately down to the intersection with Strawberry Lane. We've also provided a walkway from the upper area, from the front entrance to the building. It would extend through the parking spaces outside, cross over our entrance driveway, and also would continue down along the main driveway out to Strawberry Lane. We have provided hydrants at the upper area near the main entrance for the fire staging areas, as well as a hydrant down at the garage entrance pulling into that area. Those are really the main changes that have taken place. Our next step is we're going to be working with finalizing our stormwater analysis. We will be submitting an updated stormwater pollution prevention plan that will take into consideration all these additional changes that have occurred to the site. And I think for the most part, that really addresses how these plans have changed since the last time that we had been before the board.
The stormwater system up on the west side there, is that the only stormwater system for the entire site, or are you gonna have some satellite sites?
It is. No, that's the only area right now. We do have excellent soils. We will be capturing roof runoff as well as obviously the driveway runoff as well as some intermediate drains around the perimeter of the building near the walkways, and it will all be conveyed to that mitigation system, ultimately overflowing. If it does overflow, it would be connecting with the same discharge point. And we're going to be studying that discharge point and that discharge pipe, which is out at the intersection of Strawberry Lane and North Broadway.
Yeah. One of the issues of stormwater on Broadway is the system on Broadway is overloaded or at capacity or near capacity. And at the last flooding episode we had in Irvington, which mostly water running down Harriman Lane and down Broadway, which concentrated at Station Road. So with that in mind, is there anything that, the water running down the driveway onto Broadway, is there a drain there or something?
We are capturing it. We are capturing it near the entrance. In our utility plan, we are showing drain inlets to intercept as much of that as possible, as close to North Broadway as possible, to then get it back into the site and into our system for treatment.
Okay.
The existing gets piped right out to Broadway right now. Everything gets channeled down and piped right out to Broadway. So.
I know there's
That's correct.
8-inch pipe at the southwest corner there that really floods Broadway during a heavy rain event.
Buildings, roof areas,
be
parking lot, driveways, all discharged directly connected to that discharge point.
Yeah. So that'll be going away. So that's elimination of
Yes, it will.
Okay. Any questions? You guys done? Any questions from the board?
In one of the letters we received, they talked about the garbage rooms in the parking garage, that they weren't sufficient enough size wise, all of that. I have no idea. That's, but I was wondering if you saw that comment and if you could address it quickly.
Sure, I saw the comment. There's two recycling rooms. They're the main one is sized for that properly, and the second one is auxiliary. And there's really these days there's more of a science to design these rooms, and there's many different ways to make them work. So in terms of human accessibility, the porters taking things out, the recycling and the garbage. The main one we show compactors. There are compactors in there too. So it's thought of.
Okay. Also, I don't think we've discussed, and we don't need to discuss it now at all, but lighting on the roof.
So I have everything is going to be dark sky compliant, first of all, and all sensitive lighting in the entire site, including the roof. So I'm having an updated site plan, roof lighting plan, which I submitted before, updated, which I'll have for next submission, and it should show dark sky compliant. If you really go down the path of foot candles and such, it's enough to visually see anything, but it's not going to be anything bright that's going to be distracting to the neighbors.
And are they're not tall, the lights, they're lighting the ground.
No, dark sky, so it'd be below the eye level, and and dark sky means they're shining down.
No, I know.
Not shining up. That's for anybody
But
listening.
because I just wasn't sure how high they were going to be. And I was just not something that we need to address now. I'm just looking at the playground and thinking, are you And in general on the property, especially for the summertime, are you making sure to build in shade components for residents and
I think it's a good idea. And when we get more into the playground equipment, sure, we'll put some shade things.
that's all. Thank you.
I have no comments.
No comments. I just want to, since you guys are going to the ARB, and I know some residents have come up and asked questions and had comments about the way some of the materials look. I just want to remind the residents, go to the ARB meeting if you have things that you'd like to say about the aesthetics of the building and building materials. That's your opportunity.
Okay, I think it's time to ask for public comment.
Your first, please.
Yeah, can we do the who's present in the room? Yes. Yep.
Jeremy Klausner, 91 North Broadway. I'd hope not to have to say anything tonight, but a lot of the things that I heard need responses or questions. And I'm just going to go in order that they were presented. So I'm going to start with the traffic. And I have a question for AKRF, actually several, but did that report also address the Meadowbrook and Broadway intersection? You mentioned several others, but not that one.
I just took a look at the study intersections. It does not include Meadowbrook.
Because Meadowbrook is directly adjacent to the driveway entrance, so why wasn't that studied?
I would defer that question to the applicant's team. I believe their traffic engineer is not here. I think the answer to that is because traffic counts were not collected at that intersection previously.
Did we do our own traffic study, the village?
The village did, yes, AKRF assisted the village with a traffic study back in 2023 of the Broadway corridor, and I don't believe Meadowbrook was included as part of
But
that.
did we do one for this project?
The applicant's team was responsible for conducting that traffic study.
And so everything that you said earlier was based on their study, not our own study, the village study,
Primarily based on their study, but
Okay.
also pulling some information from the village's study.
from the old village study.
Yes,
Okay, but Meadowbrook was not studied in either one.
I don't believe it was.
You made a comment about that you were talking about the left turn lane, and you said you didn't advise it, and you had several reasons. And one of them is because it reduces the traffic flow by half on Broadway coming southbound, correct?
The capacity.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant, I'm sorry. But the capacity reduces it by half. Was that a correct?
Yes.
That's what you
correct.
said.
Yes, for several hundred feet, it'll reduce your capacity by half.
Okay. And you also said that the study addressed the reduction of Broadway from 2 lanes to 1 lane. That is going to reduce the capacity by half as well. Am I right?
I can't comment on the DOT study. That is the New York State DOT Route 9 study. I have not read the results of that study, so I can't speak to that.
I'm not asking about the DOT study. You said that if you reduce it from 2 lanes to 1, you reduce the traffic flow by half.
So
Capacity, sorry, the capacity by half,
the
correct?
capacity by half. But
So if
only
we reduce,
for
I'm sorry, if we reduce the road from 2 lanes to 1 lane, is that not the same thing?
again, that's going to be the New York State DOT study results. We, in terms of the reduction for the several hundred feet for the left turn lane, that is for this area specifically. And that additional congestion would be due to vehicles merging in and then merging back out because of the 2 lanes. However, traffic operations, when you have a consistent 1 lane in each direction with roundabouts or other intersection improvements that DOT is looking at, that is much more complex, and you need to look at it as a system. I can't speak to that again. I did not review that study in detail.
But you did speak to it because you said that it would have no effect.
So I believe what you're referring to was me commenting on the applicant's sensitivity test of the Broadway changes on Broadway plus their trips. So that based on the applicant's study of that scenario, the proposed trips of this development would not have any significant impacts on the roadway studied.
But you just said it was complex and that you hadn't reviewed it. So how can you opine on that?
So we're talking about two different items here.
No, but we're not. We're talking about reducing from 2 lanes to 1.
No, that's not what you're talking about. One is the left-hand turn lane, that hypothetical. The other one is the entirety of the Route 9 project, in which can talk to what. Can you respond to those two individually? Stop trying to put them together into a hypothetical of reducing the lanes. They're two different issues, and she's responding to them separately.
We heard an explanation. We heard an explanation that the left-hand turn, creation of a left-hand turn will be more detrimental than positive.
Yes, that's correct.
If you have further comment on the left-hand turn lane, please submit it in writing.
I wasn't commenting on the left-hand turn lane, so I guess you missed the point. I apologize. But I got the answer that I wanted. You also. Oh, you did mention that, and this is the first time we've heard it, that the study addresses what we are calling the qualitative traffic standards in the zoning code.
So this is not, in terms of the qualitative items, again, this is not the first time we've addressed them. These are items that the applicant has addressed through the various studies and additional responses and comments that ACARF has provided and responses that the applicant team has provided. And so the items that I have listed, which included safety, parking, circulation, pedestrian access, on-site, queuing, et cetera, these are all items. Sorry. The entire list of items that I had mentioned earlier, these are all an evaluation of some of the qualitative items in the zoning code that the applicant team has looked at for the last almost 1.5, almost 2 years now.
Okay, because I recall the village attorney saying that section was not applicable to the MFO district.
Yeah.
Please don't tell me you didn't say that, because you did. And so I don't want to hear you.
Don't predict what I'm going to say. I'm going to answer the question.
I didn't ask you. I asked her.
Okay.
I would like to hear from the village attorney. Since it's my meeting, please proceed.
Yeah, I think Elaine is using the term qualitative generically, just like qualitative, as opposed to those standards in 247.8E.
I understand. I understand that. But it doesn't address all the qualitative standards that are in the code, correct?
Questions on the code should be deferred to the village attorney. I can't speak to the village code.
But you said it. You said it addresses them.
Yes, as Marianne said, I said the qualitative issues, not specifically the ones mentioned in the code.
What qualitative issues were you talking about?
General traffic safety, flow, hazardous conditions.
Okay, I'm sure when you see the minutes of this meeting or watch the video, that's questionable. Okay. Now, next. Now, Marianne, I can talk. We can talk.
But actually, you're talking to the chairman.
Okay, I'm talking to the chairman. I'm going to address what Marianne said because she wanted to put it on the record. She made a statement that you've been doing this for 40 years, and this is a quote because I wrote it down. Applied the law fairly and objectively. I take issue with that. I don't believe that she has applied the law fairly and effectively. I've been practicing law for over 30 years myself. It is not your job to opine on the code. It is the building inspector's job to enforce and interpret the code, not the village attorney's. So that right there is ultra virus. You know what that means, right? Outside the scope of your authority? Yes.
I don't need it.
Thank you for your comment. Do you have another comment?
Oh, I have a lot more comments. I sure do. Yeah. So my question, which you don't have to answer is, if your opinions were so correct, why did the Board of Trustees impermissibly change the zoning code? Is that in response to my lawsuit? Okay, I said it was a rhetorical question. All right. You, Caesar, you said we're moving on from the
Mr.
school
Chairman.
issue. Mr. Chairman, everybody else is using first names.
What do you want?
You said we're moving on from the school issue.
That's correct.
I would love to move on from the school issue. So why don't we make a determination that can be appealed? There is a process. A determination gets made, zoning board of appeals, court.
We've covered
appeals
this.
court. No. We haven't covered this part.
Yes, we did. Move on.
We did?
Move on from
How
the
did we,
school.
wait, how did we cover it?
Move on from the school, please.
How did we, I'm not talking about the school, I'm talking about the process.
We moved on from that. I said a dozen times, I'm not in a position to order the building inspector to do anything.
I didn't ask you to order the building inspector to do anything. What I'm saying is that we can't move on until that happens. I hope you understand that.
Eventually, this goes to the building department to make a determination on a building permit. And if he can issue the building permit because of some reason, he'll so say so. And then that decision can be appealed. But it's preliminary. It's not, it might be delayed, but it's not avoided.
I understand that. It's
Good.
not preliminary,
Let's
though.
move on.
It's threshold.
I'm not going to argue this point. We're moving on.
Okay, but it's not behind us.
We respectfully disagree with you. Move on.
You disagree that it's behind us?
I said we're moving on.
On the noise issue, somebody used the term amplified music. What does that mean?
If I have to explain that to you.
Well, they said no amplified music. Does that mean somebody can't, on the roof, they can't use speakers, like a
That's
Bluetooth
correct.
speaker? So they can't have any music, or they have to sing? I honestly don't understand.
No speakers.
No speakers at all.
Well, no Bose speakers. I mean, if you got a little
That's what that would
transistor
mean.
radio.
Well, a radio's amplified, so that's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes.
No?
What that would mean.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's what that means?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we're clear. Good, thank you. And then I have a question about the noise from the playground. I don't understand how, because the noise happens during the day, that doesn't make it noise and that it doesn't get counted. I don't understand. It's like a tree falls in the forest and there's nobody around, so you don't hear it because it's during the day. What about people who work from home?
I can answer that question. It was quantified in the noise analysis. The level of noise increase is approximately 2.34 dBAs, which is below the human threshold for hearing an increase in sound.
Okay, but so what you're saying now is that the fact that it occurs during the day is irrelevant.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is it was quantified, and in the analysis, it showed it was a 2.34 dBA increase at 150 feet, which is below the threshold for a human to hear an increase in sound. It's on page 13 of the noise analysis.
Okay, good. Thank you for answering my question. I appreciate that. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room?
Hi, Assia Track, 20 Strawberry Lane. So I would like to bring back the concerns that were partially discussed today, and I appreciate that the members of the board are taking this roof access seriously. So what was a surprise today was that there are actually going to be 2 terraces available for the use of the residents of those units. So I didn't realize, I don't know if anybody in the room realized that that would be also roof access. And you can imagine that there is no regulation on,
They're having trouble hearing you online.
there's appears to be no regulation on the access for number of people or time of the day for the residents, right? It's not impossible that somebody can have a 30-person party, individual party originating from one of the units, and another
talking about July 4th, right? You know, you can have potentially 2 residents from each unit on the communal roof and 30 people party or whatever on the other aspects of the terraces. So that I would like to see some regulation regarding that, like really more thoughtful. And in general, I would like to also point out that I think that Mr. Varma is appealing to the planning board members' ego, mentioning that do you allow residents to make these decisions? Okay, so of course, the decision makers are in the room are the board members. But again, we're trying to, you know, we've been here many times for many hours. We're trying to lead to you, the members of the planning board, to be very thoughtful about this aspect. You know, as we know, Mr. Varma is not particularly thoughtful about the current residents or, you know, community in the village. I would also like to point out that as Lori mentioned, the roof access is absolutely unprecedented in the village. It's going to be the first time ever, and I don't understand why the planning board wants to make it happen. What is the reason that they would set a precedent for something like that? And it's okay to say no. I mean, to the roof access in general, for the people to hang out there. I mean, if it's a private terrace, I mean, I guess you have no say. But altogether, I believe that this is the code also. Forgive me if I cannot quote exactly the language of the code, but I believe it says that the new proposal, the project should be in the character of the village, right? So that particular aspect, I mean, aside from other aspects, but this particular aspect is completely against the character of the village. So I would like the members of the planning board, to seriously consider saying no to their roof access, because it's absolutely not mandated and not even, like, you know, necessary by all means. I appreciate that. That's my one point. Okay, so long, but the rest will be faster. I submitted an email to Sarah with regarding one of the renderings where my house at 20 Strawberry Lane is pictured. If you
we're going to be looking at that. If you were here, I know you were here, sorry. They're going to be, which you did, you're going to be taking pictures and put in the picture, put in the buildings, and put in the new version of the plantings, because there were some issues. Walter Montgomery pointed out the newer plantings were a little not in the best laid out fashion, and they're working on adjusting the way that screening is going to be developed, so it's a little more. So it doesn't appear to be a wall of green.
Right. I
Just
appreciate it.
A200, you were referring to the section where you said the distance was off?
Yes.
I put that, I saw that.
Oh.
I couldn't tell, so I asked for where the sections are and to show the stationing.
Okay,
So they'll
thank
come
you.
back and they'll show the stationing.
Right, because it was certainly.
I couldn't tell.
Was that the property line?
That was the one where the property line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're working on it.
Okay.
They're gonna provide something. I looked at it also, I didn't know it was off it. Could have just been where they took it, so I asked them to clarify.
But maybe it was just where the shade, you know, the shade of the mansion is positioned. It's just that, but it just like
Could've been
makes
the
you
background, I
question the
couldn't
whole
tell.
thing.
Okay.
So just show where that is in the station.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. But if you can comment on the roof, thank you.
I actually want to get clarity about the terraces, or I think you even called them balconies for the private apartments. Those are is that roof access that they have, or it's a balcony off their apartment?
The ones
You're
I
talking
asked
about
On the third,
you're talking
the
about
third
the
level.
section, the lighter color section towards the west?
Yeah, the terraces.
That's what you're saying? It's a whole floor lower than the upper terrace, so it's not connected with the roof
Okay,
deck.
I didn't think so. I just wanted to get
Yeah, so it's
clarity. And
two-story
they're
and three-story.
individual to the apartments, or do a number of apartments share that?
No, the hallways do not connect on the second floor. So it's whoever lives there, they come out to that.
Is it multiple apartments accessing one large space, or each apartment has their own slice?
It'd be each.
Okay, and how big is that?
Each
The
slice.
individual one.
If you don't know now, tell us.
I don't really know. It's not that big.
Okay, because
I mean,
I'm not thinking that it's going to
It's
be
not going to fit 30 people. That's
right.
that sort of
That's
thing.
what I'm getting at. What addition, maybe it's 4 people sitting at a table. I don't know, but that's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, that's our assumption.
Okay, and then am I right that I saw some more Juliet style balconies off of some of the apartments?
Yeah, some of them do have that exactly. So some are
Okay.
back to back, some are just open the door and just like a Juliet balcony.
Okay.
Direct.
Okay, thank you.
Talk to the ARB about that. Anybody else in the room?
Good evening, Paul Kirby, 85 North Broadway. I have two things I'd like to discuss. First, on the stormwater. In terms of the standard, I really would urge the board to make sure that they're very conservative. You touched on the water on Broadway. I know there's like a 100-year standard for floods. I would have them do a 1,000-year standard or whatever it is. I don't know. There's like a 500-year standard, but they're saying with global warming and all this storms, we've had 7-inch rainfalls. I've had a wet basement. We know that I've got flooding in my basement. That's a little bit of an under exaggeration to say wet basement. So I don't think it's with the issues we have, I don't think it's too much going to ask to have a very conservative standard on that. And I think, I'm not an expert on this, but I don't think that it's outrageous. I think other villages do that, or municipalities. And then just a couple things on the traffic. In terms of the traffic standard, I know that it was discussed during the board of trustee meeting, and it was mentioned that they didn't need to include the village standard 22 or 8E AKRF consultant that was there. They need to include it in the multifamily district traffic standard because it would have been redundant. And then the mayor implied that we could go to the planning board with safety and concern issues or safety hazardous condition issues. So it seems like or don't talk to you, but it seems like it's kind of being brushed off like we've dealt with it before, but it's very serious for people that live around there. There's issues that haven't been addressed. We've really focused on the 3 points within the multifamily district traffic issues. But like the left-hand turn, just to bring that up, Ms. Stu, you said that it would be more dangerous if you put in the turning lane. But it's
I don't think she said dangerous. It's more of an adverse impact.
Adverse impact, yeah, sorry. But there's other alternatives. It's still a hazardous condition. We can make the school smaller. When I leave my driveway Tuesday to Thursday, traffic is backed up there. You're having people trying to turn left there to go into this building at the worst time. I'm walking my kid to school. There's going to be accidents. You have all these people queued up trying to get to the train. You don't know how long you're going to wait to get out of their driveway. And you have to go through, take a left-hand turn through all this traffic. It's dangerous, very dangerous. I mean, I've seen the next block over, I've seen the gate was smashed because a car ran up on the sidewalk. I really urge you not to just brush this off. Why do I not have the same aspect or the same? Why am I not protected like in the code like other people within the village code traffic standard?
Mike Smith is not here tonight. We're going to wait because this is one of his topics concern. So we're going to continue this conversation on safety with the traffic consultant. So yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, there's just to emphasize, they can make it smaller. That's why does it have to be that big? And just a couple other things to focus quickly. Other things that weren't addressed as far as traffic safety. A lot of kids use the bus. So I don't know if we can do it down on Meadowbrook and Fargo Lane. We can do some kind of analysis of how much traffic is going to get diverted that way. My daughter takes the bus there. I think a lot of kids throughout the day do. And one thing I brought up, it's been like 3 or 4 meetings ago, in terms of events, like there's not, it's really worrisome that they have 10 dedicated traffic parking spots for a school that size. Are they going to have events? That would create, if they have an event, that would create hazardous condition. Where are these people going to park? They're going to queue. Schools have events, so they're not, it just doesn't make sense. It's not enough parking spots.
I actually think we addressed the event question last time, and Mr. Varma said that his schools do not have school-wide events. Is that correct?
Okay, so to confirm, there's like no parent-teacher conference. Every school has a parent-teacher conference. There's no holiday concerts. It does, it's new to me, but that's confirmed that there's not going to be events.
Kathy, could you deal with that?
So I think we addressed that.
I missed the meeting. I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah, there's not going to be school-wide events where the whole entire school is having an event. And any, classroom specific gatherings of parents would occur during the same time that the residents are not in school operations. So school operations, there's going to be an excess of parking in the garage area where those are, and they'll be designated for that. I mean, I think there was a specific response to that in the parking analysis.
I mean, this just sounds very complicated, coordinating all this. I mean, there's going to be slip ups or it's just, there's not enough parking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody online?
There's several comments in the chat, because we were having issues with the attendee list, which we now can see. There's 4 or 5 different comments from John McCulloch, and I'll read them. The first one, is there a guardrail that will run along the top of the landscape canopy to keep people from falling off the canopy? There is an 8-foot drop onto the entrance to the parking garage. That's the first comment. The second comment, the planting expert stated that a waterproof membrane will be installed under the plantings on upper parking deck level. Wouldn't a waterproof membrane count against spot coverage? The next comment, how can you accept and validate a sound study when only 39 out of the 53 AC units are in the drawings? Also, the HVAC for the daycare are not drawn in for sound calculations. So how can the report be considered complete? The next.
Hold that question. Oh, she's gone. Ashley, you still there?
I'm still here.
Did you
I'm
hear the
double
question
checking
about-
whether he has that accurate or not.
Okay, go ahead, move on while she's checking.
Okay, next comment. Sections of the proposal show sections that will dug out at 30 feet deep. How many sheet piling will be needed to secure the hill above the digging? Will vibration monitoring be in place to protect neighboring houses from the shaking and vibrations? Next comment.
Building department issues.
That'll be addressed. Once we get a little further along, we have a request and a discussion on constructability.
Yeah.
So that'll all be part of the constructability. The other Peter said he has a list in his work.
Okay.
Next comment, what is, was there an updated traffic assessment for the school crosswalk across North Broadway? Parents with kids crossing with strollers will take over 30 seconds to cross the 50-foot right-of-way across North Broadway. This will have impact on auto traffic waiting for parents and children to cross. When will an updated traffic assessment will be available?
Responding to that, the applicant submitted a traffic study that analyzed I believe Mr. Michalik is referring to the Hawk Signal crossing North Broadway. The crossing time was designed for, I believe, 3.5 feet per second, which is standard and acceptable for school locations, but I will confirm that with the applicant's traffic engineer. In addition to that, all of this analysis is available in their latest submission. It includes an analysis of the Hawk Signal, and for all of the locations that I had listed earlier.
Okay, and the last comment is, what percentage of the steep slopes will be destroyed?
Is there anybody else on?
There are no other comments, and nobody's raising their hand to speak.
Okay. Anything?
We have nothing further.
All right, anybody who, because of the hour, who needed to go to sleep or do whatever they do at 11 o'clock, just submit the comments in email. Sarah receives the emails and distributes them appropriately. Okay, I think the meeting on Farmer is over, and you have what you need to do. And we'll proceed with the last item, which is Cosmopolitan Building at 50 South Buckout Street. Is that you? Is there somebody? There's somebody here for.
Go on, we got a problem. Carlos, take a break.
Take a break?
Take a break. Yeah, we're gonna take. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Are you ready?
We're ready.
Yeah. Don't take a break.
The rest of your team up, raise their hands.
Everybody's here.
Okay, Caesar, we lost our attendee list. We'll see you raise hands for 45 minutes. That's chaos we were dealing with.
Okay.
That's what.
Okay. So what I said, if anybody, and I don't know if they're not there or if they're listening and they can't be seen, that you know, obviously they had comments on tonight that they should send an email to Sarah and we'll pick it up. Excuse me, young lady, you're sitting there the whole night. Did you have something to say or?
Hi, thank you so much for asking. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead. We're on 50 South Buckout.
All right. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
First thing is to identify everybody.
Yes. So good evening. My name's Aaron Warner. I'm an attorney with the law firm Zarin and Steinmetz. I'm also joined by Carlos Pedro, president of Carby Properties and the petitioner, and Rich Williams with Inside Engineering, the engineer for the project. We know it's late. We appreciate you guys putting us on the.
Before you speak, we did get a letter asking to postpone this meeting, and obviously we're not postponing it. So go ahead.
Thank you. And we will address some of the comments, the other comments that are in that letter too. But again, so we appreciate you guys putting us on the agenda. David Steinmetz apologizes that he couldn't be here tonight. But we do realize that we sort of pushed our way onto the agenda. We didn't want to overburden your board, so we're here tonight with less than the usual entourage, but nonetheless, we're here to present the project and hope to get as much substantive input as possible from your board. Procedurally, where the project stands is we've submitted our zoning text amendment petition, which the Board of Trustees has accepted and circulated intent to be lead agency for secret purposes. The Board of Trustees has received comments from Han Engineering and AKRF. We recently just received comments from Westchester County Planning pursuant to General Municipal Law 239M. The Board of Trustees has initiated a public hearing, which has been left open, and a formal referral of the zoning petition was sent to your board, and your comments were sent to the Board of Trustees. And again, like I mentioned before, we're also aware that your board has received certain comments regarding the Red Barn Bakery, which Carlos and I will briefly address. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Carlos, who's going to present the project, and we welcome any comments from your board regarding the site plan, the zoning text amendments, any technical comments you may have, or thoughts about the project. Carlos, all yours.
Hi, everyone. Let me try to see if I can share my screen. Okay. Well, thank you for having us. I know it's very late, so I'll try to, keep it brief. Kind of just run through our presentation for tonight. Obviously, this is, obviously a building. It's business, but it's really a labor of love as well. Want to see on a personal level this building come back to represent and to its former glory, what it was once and what I think can be again. This kind of before and after that I'm showing now is kind of the North Star that has been guiding us for quite a while now. And this is obviously the view from Station Road looking onto the building. On top, it's the existing facade. Down below is what we'd like to see one day. This is a view from above. This is the proposed site plan. You could see we have the building has been, in our plan transformed from, what's essentially like a really thick, big rectangle to more of a C shape, exposing as much as we can of the original facade, with two wings that, sit essentially where the current additions to the building sit today, with the carve out in the middle where we have a valet drop off. We have sidewalks in yellow. What is now currently the parking lot, surface lot, is a green space with parking underneath. You can see the arrows show kind of, flows in and out. I think there's another slide later that shows exactly how it would work depending on the levels. Here it is. So we got a lot of feedback when we were engaging with the community that was, really focused on, events and the traffic that would be generated all at one time. It's probably the only time that there could be, a negative traffic impact versus what we have now. But again, it's for very, very small windows. The rest of the time would be a huge improvement, if anything. So we show the upper parking level is primarily for hotel guests, the residents, and the spa. And you can see how it flows into that upper level from a ramp on the north side and through, and then up the ramp on the south side. For the events in the restaurant, we have flows going down to the lower level, which then exit out through the MTA lot, and for pushing people out towards Main Street. This is what the upper parking lot looks like from, I guess if you look through it, you can see the same entrance on that north side that goes into the lot, and then the exit on the south side. It has 64 spaces. The lower level, the entrance is still on that north side, but it's kind of, I guess, to the left. It goes down, and then it exits through to the MTA lot. We currently have a few parking spots, easements on the MTA lot that we could aggregate. Obviously, we'd have to coordinate with MTA on that to exit that way through to the MTA. This is our programming for the first floor, which is essentially kind of a shared amenity space. We have a over 8,000 square foot spa with, outdoor areas for the spa. Same thing with the event space. We have you know, 4,000 square foot event space. There's some kind of shared areas there in the foyer with, kind of some of that outdoor green space dedicated to the events as well. We have a shared entry kind of in the middle of everything that, to the left would be more for residential reception. To the right would be hotel. Two distinct elevator banks that would service, again, one bank for residents, one bank for hotel guests. A restaurant, hotel storage, kitchen. Basically that's what goes on the first floor. The second and third floors are, I believe, identical. They're hotel floors. These rooms would be all very large, kind of suite type rooms. I think, the architects have said it well in past presentations that, we are working with the window line, which kind of restricts us in some ways. But, I think for what we're going for, the larger rooms work. I think this is, pretty self-explanatory. We have the some linen closets, elevator banks, and rooms. Third floor is also hotels. It says residential on the bottom. That's a misprint. I think the layout should be very, very similar on both floors. So pretty self-explanatory. Fourth floor, this is the first floor where we have residences. Again, these are very spacious residences. Great water views, terraces as there are setbacks. Yeah, so I think it's 9 units per floor. The layout on the floor above also has 9 units, although they're a bit smaller in the sense that, it keeps setting back each level. They all also have their own outdoor spaces. And this is the final product from the other side. So this is the view that we've put together some renderings from the train tracks, essentially. And you can see, the changes, and, we've made every effort to make the additions kind of work with the original building as much as possible, pay respect to it, not overshadow it, not take away from it. And you can see also how we've integrated the parking to try to make a really cohesive design. So that's, let me move my thing here because I can't see this whole thing. This is zooming really weird for me right now, so I apologize. This is actually a new slide that I've seen for the first time preparing for this. So this maybe is something that Rich Williams might want to jump in on because this is the insight plan. So I don't know if Rich, you want to jump in on this one.
Hey, Rich, I think you're on mute.
It should be good now. So Rich Williams with Insight Engineering. What we've included, or what Carlos is going to walk through, is a full set of site civil drawings that was included as part of our submission package to the village. We've also provided preliminary water engineer reports, wastewater engineer reports, and an initial stormwater pollution prevention plan. What you're looking at here is really meant to be more of just an engineering exercise to give the board an idea of the building and the additions as it will sit versus what is currently there. And I think, the real narrative in this slide is a complement to the site plan that Carlos showed you a few minutes ago, where you can see how hardscape the property is in its current condition. And, flipping back to the site plan, Carlos, and if you don't mind doing that.
Yeah, let me go. Sorry.
It's probably a good spot to end and maybe turn it back over to Aaron for zoning, but this gives you an idea of how we intend to soften the site. And as Carlos really said, complement the building that's there, accentuate it, and also at the same time, create some spaces that'll soften the landscaping and soften the surround and help the site function in and around the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay.
Carlos, maybe now would be a good time to address some of the comments about the Red Barn Bakery. I don't know if you wanted to walk through that relationship. Otherwise, I can address it.
Sure, yeah. So from day one, and I'll actually go back to the rendering from the water. So from day one, I told my team that, Rendell is a good friend of mine. She has a long-term lease. Whatever we design has to be designed around the bakery. We have a tenant on the rest of that kind of 2 South Astor building that has expressed a desire to move from that space, and it doesn't work for them. So that was always fair game. But yeah, so everything we've designed from day one has had it. I know in some of the drawings it says hotel offices. I'm assuming that's, when my architectural team was told, hey, build a hotel, they kind of put that and labeled it as hotel offices. But that was my instruction from day one, that I wanted to keep that portion intact. So it's impossible to say what'll happen in the future because as we engage with brands, they might have some requirements, but that's certainly my intent.
And I would just briefly add that the comment about the Red Barn parking space calculation and traffic impact calculations is not inaccurate, but it's really just, I think it's more of an issue for the lead agency for SECRA, and our team knows that a final determination will have to be made. But in any event, it's likely only a handful of parking spots, but we will take this into advisement and determine whether any accessory uses would need to be reduced in order to address this.
I mean, we recognize this is a preliminary presentation. I mean, the code has not yet, as you said, the hearing is still open on code amendments. And there is no application. This is a courtesy to get a leg up on a complicated or a big project. So, yeah, so, when the application comes in, the minor changes that we're talking eventually, when it comes out, whatever the trustees in their secret review may alter some of this stuff. So we're okay with any changes that result. We're not looking at something that's, we know it's not the final, or it could be the final, or it may change. So we're just getting an overview of what it most likely will look like. So yeah, we understand what we're looking at. Go ahead. Anything else?
I think there might have been a few slides at the end. I don't know if they were still part of, there we go. Rich, this is the first time preparing for this meeting was the first time I'd seen this also. So I know this is from you. I don't know if you had any other comments on this one.
Carlos, we had included, I think, the site civil set in the back just as part of it, if any technical questions come up.
Yes, so these are here if your board would like to review them and walk through them if you do have any technical questions for us. But otherwise, I'm happy to walk through briefly the zoning text amendments, or we're eagerly awaiting comment and input from your board.
Well, the first thing, you need to go to the ARB because you got a demolition going on. I know the building is historic, but there's certainly nothing historic about the brick portion, except it's a historic mistake. As David said at the presentation to the trustees, parking and traffic are the issues. And one of the comments at the meeting was that the parking, when you go into the hotel, the parking be part of the package. When you rent the room, the parking is included. That because if there's an extra charge of parking, the likelihood is I'm not going to pay the $20 or whatever. I'm going to park on the street, and street parking in the area is tight. So we want to make sure that parking is in the facility, not on the street. And just a few other, it's in the View Preservation District. You need to look at that. It came up at, this is one of our main comments to the trustees, and was the noise potential from the outdoor events on the patio that faces the river. You got to have a planting plan. I'm sure you know that. The traffic engineer talked about rush hour impacts at the normal rush hours at 8 to 9 and 5 to 6 or whatever they were. There's not a person that lives in Irvington that's tried to go up Main Street between 3 and 3:30. You need to look at that also. Because it is an issue at between 3 and 3:30, heading east on Main Street. And it's not just the 8 o'clock and the 5 o'clock issues. And Dark Sky, Red Barn you talked about. What was, the parking spaces. I think that's part of the amendments, width of the parking spaces, what you're projected with.
I'm sorry, what was the
Sorry,
question?
I didn't hear it very well. Sorry.
The projected width of your parking spaces.
I'm not sure I know the answer to that.
Rich, is that something you have?
At my fingertips, no, we can scale it. It was.
I think it was slightly less. I think it was 9 by 18 rather than.
Yeah, I think
was
we.
9.5 by 20.
Oh, well, the width is always concerned with it, and that's like, yeah. I mean, the parking at Metro North is 8 feet, so, okay. You have any comments?
Yeah, I have questions about, currently there are other commercial spaces in the building, correct?
Correct.
Like Minu, the florist, right? And the clothing, the yeah.
No, they lost the lease there.
Oh, that's
Ends
gone
in
now?
May. I think the lease is up in May, right?
Yeah, at the end of May.
Okay, so is the, and I don't have an opinion here, it's really just a question. So other than Red Barn, the rest of the commercial uses will no longer exist?
If the plan goes forward, yeah, that's we'd have to. Part of the reason for studying this, we had just kind of a rent roll that lined up around the same time, that everybody was getting out around the same time. There's only a few exceptions to that, but yeah, I mean that's
Okay.
yeah.
And then have you, do you personally have any hotel industry experience?
Yeah, my family has owned 2 hotels before this one. We still own one in the south of Portugal.
Okay, so have you done the economic study around the hotel space for here?
So we have started in a feasibility study that we should be getting back very soon. We've also done our own internal numbers. My development partner, who could not attend today either, has a good contact that we've been working with, who's a veteran of the hotel industry, has worked at top hotels for 30, 40 years, was Ian Schrager's right hand, and we feel really confident in our numbers, but we are putting that together because we know that's part of SECRA. So that's underway.
Okay, I was curious, how deep you had gone with that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still own the property just south of the building going towards the South Buckout Street there? Because a few years back, they were going to develop that lot into a parking lot. Which was
You're talking about the property directly to the south of us?
Correct.
Yeah, I've actually never owned that, and I don't own it now.
Okay.
Yeah, the owners that sold me the building still own that.
Oh, they do. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Mike?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it looked like the lower lot exits through the MTA parking lot. Is that correct?
It does. That's correct.
So I guess the question is, did it come up about studying the safety of that? Because the rush hour of pedestrians, people walking through that parking lot is definitely bigger than like 6 to 8, probably from 5 to 9. I don't use that parking lot, but I have seen like large crowds of people.
Yeah, people walking there.
And people tend to, when they leave a place, are going to go much faster than pulling in. I don't know if like swapping it to the other way. That makes sense. But
Part of the
lane.
secret process is to look at the pedestrian safety. So That's a good point, because a lot of people walk there. When the train pulls in.
Yeah, I just feel like the impact of people leaving a hotel through a parking lot is very different than the cars in the parking lot pulling out. So, people act differently.
Elaine, you have any thought on that?
It's hard to quantify that is the issue,
I can
but
imagine.
that's something that we will definitely look into. I think that's a great idea, great suggestion, Mike. I'll look into that and work with the applicant's traffic engineer on this. I appreciate that.
Okay, do you have any further on the presentation? But I want to ask the Zoom, is anybody on Zoom? Sarah?
Nobody's raising their hand to speak, and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts? You mentioned the new two top floors are going to have personal terraces. Could you elaborate? If you were listening, we had an issue with, we discussed the personal terraces on the previous project. And could you elaborate on the size and use of those terraces? Because on the top floor, yeah, the first picture you presented, you could see that there's terraces up there.
Do you want to look at this one or this
No,
one? There's two distinct floors.
The one before it.
This one right here?
No, the rendering from the front.
Oh, the rendering from the front. Okay, so it's all the way at the front.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep, that one.
Yep. Yep.
In the lower picture, you can see the terraces and the windows. Now, those terraces, are they continuous or are they individual unit or?
Oh no, they're certainly going to be private terraces. At this price point, you wouldn't want people walking and being able to just come right in front of the windows of your. So each unit will have kind of a section that will be theirs.
Well, just like the previous submission, what's the opportunity of having a party out on there? I don't know how big they're going to be. The one in front there looks pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume it would be the same things that someone having a party at their house would have to follow whatever regulations. I don't know.
Okay, it's a thought. Anybody want a question on that terrace?
No, I just think it's a consideration, but an apartment building is very different than a house in a backyard, and the density is very different. So, it's a neighborhood. It's just something to think about.
Yeah, in a neighborhood at a house, if you're making a lot of noise, your neighbor can walk up to your front door and ring the doorbell.
Yeah.
People can't go into people's into the apartment building and knock on the door and say something. That's one of the big differences. It's a lot easier to do things you're not supposed to because no one can come bother you and yell at you.
So think about, maybe you want to address that under the noise issue of seeker, which, as you said, it's the trustees doing the seeker. I remember at the trustee meeting, something about the entrances. Is there a singular entrance or is there a separate entrance for the hotel as opposed to the apartments?
I believe it's just one shared entrance. But there are multiple entry points to the lobby. So you can come in through here. Obviously, if you're enjoying the kind of green space, there's doors into here. But this would be one shared lobby that would have that would be segregated by like one side for the hotel, one side for residents.
Once you're in the lobby, not.
Right, there's not a dedicated door for the residential side and one
That's where
dedicated for the hotel side. Yeah.
Okay, but that's where I was going. Okay, thank you. Anything else? Sarah, you're raising your hand.
There's a comment in the chat.
Go right ahead.
Okay. It was from Jeanette Salvatore. And her comment is, I have lived in Irvington since 2006 and currently serve as vice president of the Half Moon South Co-op Board and South Buckout Street. While I appreciate the thoughtful, well-designed, and very beautiful proposal, as well as the community outreach efforts to date, this site is served by only 3 narrow residential roads that already experience significant congestion. South Buckout Street in particular struggles to accommodate two-way traffic and is used daily by pedestrians, children, runners, and school buses. For these reasons, a comprehensive traffic study and the safety of the residents must be central considerations in evaluating this proposal.
Yeah.
She's right. South Buckout is literally really
so-
meant for one car at a time.
That was a thoughtful commentary, and I'm sure you heard it in your traffic work. Will need to address that because I remember in the traffic presentation there was a distribution up Station Road, Buckout Street, Main Street, and also I don't know if it's part of this proposal, but isn't the village considering Buckout Street between Esther and Main Street one way south?
That's on hold right now. That's on hold.
I hadn't heard that.
It's been going on for years though.
Okay. Maybe that should be part of this operation too. 'Cause, yeah, I think maybe talk to the trustees about that. That's been on them, talked about for years. I'm
Oh,
done.
did we talk about, you talked about the apartments, but I don't know if we discussed affordable housing units.
Well, the Board of Trustees has made clear that they have to come up with a concrete plan for the affordable housing before they're gonna move out. No matter what, the units in here aren't gonna be affordable, so they
Right.
recognize they'll probably be offsite.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Personally, I think it's a really interesting proposal, and I think that you've definitely spent a lot of time, from what I've heard, on community outreach, which is really important. And I think the biggest challenge is going to be that our village really struggles with vehicular traffic and figuring out your way around that.
Traffic and parking.
Yeah, and parking.
Yeah, we that's been the issue that was flagged really early on, so we focused a lot on it. Obviously, we've hired John Canning, who's a village resident. He knows exactly where the pain points are. I think the real issue there is just determining whether or not this use is going to generate more car traffic than its current use, and that's a really big consideration because I don't think a lot of residents realize how many people come and go from our building every day. And, we've kind of held back, in the last few months, leasing up the building because we're kind of at this pivotal point where we have to decide which way to go. But, if we have to just, pay our mortgage and release the building, there will be added capacity. And it's already something that I think would surprise people because, people assume that in the building it's just office space, but we have a number of other types of uses that, I think you pointed to earlier. There's a store. They're going to be leaving, but it's still going to be a retail space. We've actually gotten interest from somebody else who wants to use that as a store. There's the Lark that has fitness classes. So you can imagine, if you have fitness classes all day long, how many people might be coming and going. We have personal trainers in the building who each train, I think 10 clients a day, 8 to 10 clients a day, depending on the day. And there's a lot. There's a film production studio that does commercial shoots. You'd be surprised. I kind of did a survey of the tenants, and I've asked how many people come, every day, and it was 150 to 200 people a day. So it's really comparing the proposed use against the current use, and then also against a lease up scenario.
Talking of all the uses, the day uses, the spa or the gym or whatever, the people might come by car. And if you stay at the hotel, the tendency is to use the hotel parking lot. But if you come to use the spa, you're likely going to park on the street. And we get back to the parking issue. How do you handle that?
Spa, I would actually assume that they would be given ability to park in the building. I don't know exactly who the spa operator will be, but if it's attached to a luxury hotel, I'm sure it'll be of a certain caliber. And I don't know if those types of spa guests would like to park on the street. And then I don't know. It's just we're definitely planning for it. I know the parking count that we've put together addresses each individual component, and one of the things we've asked for is shared parking. to recognize the fact that there's going to be overlap on a lot of these uses. But we certainly are accounting for spa guests parking in our parking lot. And if there's a spa treatment booked, there's probably no, if there's even going to be a fee to the parking lot, I doubt they would have to pay anything.
All right. It got so desperate at one time before the electronic monitoring of the hours of parking, people would run out and wash the chalk marks off their tires. Okay. Anything else?
Now, well, the other thing is apartments and maybe 2 cars per an apartment, and not every, if you're commuting to the city, your cars are staying in the garage all day because you're taking the train in. So I don't, multiply that to the number of apartments you have. That's another concern.
Oh,
That was a big concern.
this was the main comment the planning board made to the trustees in consideration for the amendments was the outdoor events. You likely were listening about the rooftop events previous application, and there's a history of. That's my wife. She's trying to thinking I'm at the bar. Still working. I'll call you later. Let's make food.
Outdoor events.
You were talking about the outdoor events.
Yeah. Yeah. So you need to cover. Oh, I know where I was going. The south property is an event location, and there's already noise complaints about the indoor events at the property just to your south, the loft. So to move that outside, it gets to be could be an issue, and you need to talk about that in your presentation.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean,
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, the event space is going to be inside. The outside space is complementary. It's, if you've ever been to a wedding that has, a venue where there's an outdoor space, it's typically the cocktail hour. It's quiet. There's no amplified music. And then you move inside. And what we've said is obviously when we're designing that particular space, we have to be really attentive to sound attenuation and how we design it, because we don't want sound to travel to a house that's 100 yards away, but we also don't want it to travel to a room that's right upstairs. Especially this kind of concept where it's a hotel that people are going to be paying a good amount of money for these rooms. They won't put up with that sort of sound traveling. They certainly wouldn't put up with, it being loud right outside their door, right outside their window in the outdoor space. So it's going to be very carefully and thoughtfully done in terms of, making sure the sound doesn't escape the inside space. I think one of the issues with that event space to our south is it's like I don't know, Ed probably knows better than I do. It's like CMU or something like that. It's like, it's not built to have amplified music. It's like a giant subwoofer, it looks like, but we would definitely build it differently. And the outdoor area would not be where we would have, a DJ and people partying. That's not what that would be. It would be a complement to the indoor event venue.
There should be some accommodation or indication of how that's prevented. Okay.
Sure.
And Marianne, they have to get a permit renewed every year with this type
This is
of.
not-
No, they wouldn't.
No.
No, a hotel wouldn't need that, or an event
It's
space.
not, no, it's not down. It's just a regular use in the business district. It's not a special.
Okay,
permit.
got it. Thank you.
Okay. I think I got everything. Mary Ann?
I'm sorry, there's 2 more comments in the chat.
Okay.
Both are from John McCulloch. First comment is, where will the 2 fire apparatus accesses be? Will Irvington need a bigger ladder truck to reach the 5th floor? And his second comment is, Valley drop-off circle is too small for a ladder truck to turn around and no access to back of the building.
Well, as we looked at other properties, Mercy University and 76, the fire department works with Ed Marin, the building inspector, to make sure there's fire access. And that would be, it's a little early to evaluate that now, but that's down the road. Fire truck access is critical. And again, if you listen to the previous, it did come up, and
We'll have to come up during secret. The
Yeah.
board of trustees are gonna handle it.
But Terry, you said there was more than
Those
one.
were the two comments.
Rich,
That
did
was
you
the
want to
two
say something?
comments.
Oh,
I was just gonna say this is a very preliminary layout as far as,
yeah,
you know,
right.
ability. It's very typical that pretty close to now we'll start meeting, you know, with the right people, including, you know, Ed and the fire department. I know you guys are, I think, running a 97 Smeel with 105-foot straight stick, so 5 stories you should be able to reach depending on access points. But these are logistical things that we like to directly talk about with the fire department, things like hydrant placement locations, standpipe connection locations, things like that. And we're happy to start engaging that and heading through that.
And you need to, I think you're already talking about sewage with Ed. And
They're gonna pump up to the main.
so
That's
that
the
all
only
has to
answer
be
anyway.
down the road. That needs to be fixed. Not fixed, but
Stormwater is
addressed.
gonna be more of an issue, Caesar.
Yeah.
Because there's off-site, anything added to off-site is gonna be a problem.
Yeah, there's not much room for a
There is no
subsurface system.
Yeah. Well, no, I think they said they can handle it on site, but we have to make sure because they can't tie in the system in overflow onto MTA. It's got 2 problems, MTA and the pipe's too small. So the system in South Esther, you know, needs to be, it's a hodgepodge. It's not a traditional system.
Oh, how much?
And it's overflowing now.
How much new? I mean,
I don't. They're still.
the square footage of the roof is.
Right now, they're proposing detention, green roofs.
Okay, I know you're working on it. Okay.
In
You're
our-
working. Okay.
Correct. And our preliminary SWIP, we've basically shown no increases. I'm doing a couple of projects next to the railroad now. MTA is certainly sensitive to flooding and climate risk. We're aware of that. And then with the terrace space we're going to be adding, we think we'll be able to do some benefits.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else up there?
No.
Anything else from the board?
No, thank you.
Nope. Well, thank you for the presentation and like I said, you need to go to the ARB because of the demolition. Before you come back formally to the board, our board, you need to address the ARB demolition aspect. It's written in code that you need to do that. You need to do the ARB.
It's gotta get the zoning.
Yeah, first you gotta get the zoning. Minor issue. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Allowing you to come to the planning board with such a preliminary, one of the requirements was for David to buy a new tie. I guess he didn't manage to get a new tie, and that's why he didn't come.
Wait, I saw something about like a free hotel suite once a year.
Settle for the time.
We'll settle for the tie. And if he comes to the next meeting, it better be a Valentine's Scott tie. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll see you
Thank you
sometime
all
in the
very
future. I
much.
don't know when that will be because we have a couple of milestones to accomplish before you get here formally. Thank you very much for the time and thank you for staying up.
Thank you.
I'm sure you were entertained by the entire meeting.
Yeah.
Good night. Meeting, Irvington Planning Board.